Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Good morning plus 2 hours. Wow, new stream time. Who's this? Just kidding. I don't know if this is a permanent change. I don't know. I feel like I was late to stream all the time anyway. Because I tried to do stuff, before stream. But then I like woke up a little too late for that. So it just like wasn't working. And then, people came a little later anyway. So it's like, thinking monkey emoji. Maybe maybe if I just start later, then things will be good. So we're soft watching. We're seeing what works. Congratulations to Marshy for getting first and also not first. Twitch did not lie to you. Or maybe Twitch did lie to you. I don't know, but on my end it says you got first. So congratulations. Congratulations. Hello everyone. She's very pretty. A little thin and features are kind of hard to see. Oh my goodness. That's maybe the best compliment I've ever received. Or at least the first sentence. I think a mom calling you very pretty is kind of awesome. It did work. Yeah, it did. It did. I don't know. I don't know why I was being funky, but you got it. You got it. Congratulations. Good morning, everyone. Are you guys having a good Monday so far? It's the start of the week. It's the start of the week. What's cool about this week? I think St. Patrick's Day is tomorrow. Does anybody do anything for that? I don't know. When I used to live with my parents, we'd go to like a parade, but I don't I don't really know of any parades around here. Maybe I don't live somewhere with a prominent enough Irish population. I think I'm like a little bit Irish. I don't know. I did 23andMe a few years ago, and I think it was like I don't know the percentages, but a little tiny bit Irish. So that's pretty cool. Twitch Mobile is just horrible. It really is. It yeah, I don't like Twitch Mobile even a little bit. I feel like the redeems don't work so well and the delay is pretty bad. I don't know. I don't know. I think someone should get on that. I thought my mom was just going to say she likes your pink hair. I didn't expect her to comment on your body. um, uh, I think it's acceptable because this is not, my real body. It's just like a little anime girl figure, so it's fine. I guess she gets a pass for this one. I'm painting my nails green and eating shepherd's pie. Sheesh. I don't think I've ever had shepherd's pie. Is that the one with peas in it? I don't know. I'm not really much of a savory pie enjoyer. My mama always made corned beef. I'm not really sure what corned beef is, but I did not like it so much. So I'm probably gonna wear a green shirt and then call it a day. Everyone you know is busy. Ugh. On a Tuesday? On a Tuesday? Sigh. I think people need to get a little funkier on Tuesdays. Excuse me. Let me take a sip. A little a little sussy. I love shepherd's pie. Strongly dislike corned beef and cabbage. Cabbage? Is cabbage like an Irish food that people eat? Is it like just straight up raw cabbage or do you cook it? I don't know. When I think of cabbage, I think of like when I go to the mall and they have like the little like Japanese or Chinese restaurants. And they'll give you like stir fry with a little bit too much cabbage. I think that kind of slaps. But I think it's more the sauce they put on it than the cabbage itself, low key. I do have plans for Tuesday, just not for St. Patrick's Day. What are your plans? You could just make whatever your plans are into St. Patrick's Day plans, surely. Corned beef and cabbage is a common Irish dish and it's cooked. Huh. Huh. I don't know. That does not sound very good. I can't say it count as self promo. Oh. Um just like whisper it. Like type it in all lowercase. do slash me and then type the message, and then like surely, surely, surely you'll be able to slip by. Anyway, I'm gonna turn on Stardew Valley. I can yap while I play Stardew Valley. I haven't played it in a few weeks. I hope I hope my wife is okay. Missing her. You don't have to talk about me in your titles. Shit! I love talking about you. Yeah, hero, hero hungry. Oh no. Wait, is it even lunchtime for you? I thought usually you had to wait a little longer. Shit! I'm 1 month old. Well, I like the implication that like when you first subscribe, that's when like pregnancy starts. Interesting. I never considered that one. Happy happy 1 month anniversary. I'm gonna get something to eat for Brecky. Oh. Wait, what's for Brecky? I had a bagel. I had a bagel with cream cheese. It was so awesome. Oh, wait, hold on. My ears are getting blasted, so your ears have to get blasted too. I don't make the rules. Oh, why are there so many huhs? guys, guys, it's regular. It's natural. It's natural. I don't know what to tell ya. To womb my own womb, probably. Okay, so when you subscribe for the first time here at twitch.tv/xcinnamonfoxx, you that's like the beginning of the gestation period, but it's for your own womb. Okay, I'm tracking. I'm tracking. This is all making sense to me. Now, where's Stardew Valley? Read this very quietly. Okay. Tomorrow is my affiliate anniversary. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Retail. Shrimp. Oh my god! Everybody go support Retail Shrimp. It's their affiliate anniversary tomorrow. That's so freaking awesome. That's so freaking awesome. That's exciting. What are you gonna play? Or are you making potatoes as like part of your anniversary? She was reborn. Yippee! It's kind of awesome. Yes, correct. Read it quietly. I'm gonna get put down. No, surely it's fine. Surely it's fine. Hold on. Oh, there's my game. Shush. Does this mean we get child support from FOSS? Um, um. Well, in theory, you only get child support if a parent is like not your primary caretaker. But I think if you're subscribed, then that means like I'm not an absent parent. So why would I have to pay child support? You just get like regular support. Like I'll feed you dinner. What else do parents do? I'll buy you clothes. Um Sounds kind of expensive. What about my child support? Thoughts on that one? If you are like your own parent, then are you self-sufficient or no? Skyrim the whole time. That would be so awesome. Loki, hold on, I'm gonna move this little egg man. If child support, thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay, we all have to split this $1. What's a food item we could buy for $1? Oh my god, I could buy a pear and we could all have one slice of pear. This is the best day ever. What if the sub ends? Shoot. Guys, I think you're thinking about it too much. If the sub ends, then I guess you're just stuck in like a temporal prison where you are no longer my child or your own child until the sub gets renewed. My skin is getting nicer and also hand cam probably. Sheesh. Okay, what about hand cam, potato, and also Skyrim? That'd be kind of awesome. But yeah, watching Shrimp play Skyrim makes me want to play it. To be honest, more than anything, I just want to do like the character creation. Like that just looks so freaking awesome. But I don't know, Skyrim's a pretty long game. I'm worried about my ability to commit to a long game. Like another long game, you know. But maybe one day. Here's only $1 there. I'm out of potatoes now. What? What do you mean you're out of potatoes? St. Patrick's Day is tomorrow. Wait, hold on. Can you hear this? Okay. Wait, I don't have game audio and game capture. Is this better? I don't know. We're hoping for the best. My wife! Good morning. Good morning, dear. Smells good, doesn't it? I made you breakfast. Oh my god. You made me breakfast. Oh my god, it's pancakes. This is so awesome. This is so awesome. How do I kiss my wife? I know you're busy with your work. I'm here to support you in any way I can. How to smooch wife. Computer. Girl kissing. Ugh. If you want to get on my sister's good side, give her cloth. I want to kiss you. Maybe that was a wedding day only thing. I'm pretty sure I kissed her forehead a bunch. But maybe it was a one-time only deal. This is so cool. Well, yeah, pears are only $1 here. That's why I think they're superior. Ugh. If you get like the really fancy organic one, I think they're like $1.19. But otherwise, they're like 89 cents. I only had 2 potatoes. Potatoes is really Irish of me. I guess you're right. I guess I can't argue with that one. What was I doing? Is today still the Calico Festival? I don't think it is. Oh my god, look, potatoes. Should I cook them for St. Patrick's Day? I don't know if any of these are Irish vibes. A radish salad? That feels kind of United Kingdom in a way. None of these are super potato heavy. Or corned beef heavy. I don't know. My goodness, thank you for the hype train, by the way. I didn't even notice there was one. Shout out to my wife, McSalsa. Okay, where do I put this kitty? Oh, I forgot all this ugly cactus. Alright. The kitty can go next to the cactus. Oh, the dark velvet bow is really cute. I like the pink outfit I got going on. Wait, where did I put my clothes? I thought I got a wardrobe or something. Maybe I was thinking about getting a wardrobe and then I couldn't afford it. That sounds a little more like me. Oh yeah, here's my clothes. Alright. These things have to go into town. I don't really know what this stuff's doing. Guess I can cook my gold. Wow. This is some progress. What is this? Oh, this is just random decorations and then also a watering can. Thank goodness I put that there. I wish you could sell decorations. Like, I think this pinstripe double bed is kind of ugly. I'm sorry if you are the owner of a blue pinstripe bed. I'm not hating on you. There's just something about that pattern that reminds me of like an old man with a little nightcap and a little like candle. You know? Lunch is over, so I must lurk. Have a good stream. Thank you for the link. That's so sweet. I hope your lunch was good, and I hope the rest of your workday is good. Dear Frosty, I'd like to share an old cooking recipe my pappy used to make. It's important the fish is fresh. Willy. Escargot? This isn't even fish. Are slugs fish? Are snails fish? I don't think that's real. I think mollusks are in a different family entirely. But, you know, I guess Willy is the fish expert. I have spinach and scroll with boiled... Oh, spinach and feta scroll with boiled eggs and hash brown. Yo! Oh my goodness, I love hash browns. I love hash browns. I've never had a spinach and feta scroll. I've never had a scroll before. But I looked them up last time you said you had scrolls. I was like, oh, yeah, I've seen these. Seen them, but never eaten them. Gross? Gross? No. Wait, what's gross? The breakfast? You think that sounds gross? Mick, I feel like you love spinach. Have I been lied to this whole time? Escargot. Have you guys had escargot before? I personally have not. Okay, I'm gonna take these bombs. I wish I knew if the festival was today or not. I guess I'll just unload all this random stuff. And then go see. And if not, I'll come back for it. Nope. What is that, snail? Nodders? Yeah. I don't know what else it is, but I'm pretty sure it's like a French snail recipe. Okay, the festival's not today. Okay, good. So that means I have time to do some farming. Ew! Well, I don't know. Don't knock it till you try it. Maybe it's good. I don't know. I just don't know how the texture is. Much to think about. True barf emoji. Looking like you really agree with me here. The food channel's not on today. Sigh. Yeah. To be honest, I probably wouldn't try it either. It does sound quite gross. But you know, enough people eat it that surely there's something going on. I don't know, maybe if it's like fried, it's okay. Like if it's a completely different texture, I don't know. It'd have to be a pretty drastic change, I think. But, you know, maybe that's for somebody else to find out. Not for me. Okay. Some mayos? I need one more mayo machine. I always have one egg left over. Oh, I should have gave that daffodil to my wife. I'll go back. I'll go back for it. The French made Expedition 33. Surely they must be cooking. Escargot thing? Can you make escargot in Expedition 33? I'm pretty sure you can cook in that game, right? I feel like when Hiroham was playing it, I saw some cooking. Ooh, egg row. Lovely. Oh my god, and I've got eggs in here. Why am I so egged up? Okay. Oh, I can put this bait on my fishing rod. Selling this stuff. Shoot, what do I put here? Got salmon berry. Do I not have any more roe? I don't think it's tried. Slimy snail! Ew! Is the shell on it? Can somebody try escargot and then like leave me a review? Like a full in-depth review? Tell me how that experience goes. Shout out Hiroham. Oh my god, you can actually shout out now. Real. Everybody, please follow Hiroham. Their content is really awesome. Need some seeds. Wow, I wasted the whole day, huh? Just wandering around. Shoot, I was gonna give a daffodil to my wife. I'll do that later. I'll try it for you, Lies. Oh. Well, you know, it's the thought that counts, I think. I guess I don't really care if you're lying as long as it's nice. And he says I spend too much time at the saloon. Is Penny her daughter or just like another family member? Do we know anything about Penny's dad? Much to consider. Okay. Got so many geodes. Give me the goods. Okay. None of these are new yet. Okay, that's some beans. Oh, that's really good. Slay, swag. Okay. I'm looking for new stuff for the museum. You're really kind of letting me down. Okay, you're really... This isn't... Okay. Okay, that is something. I feel like for the amount... Wow! Kiwawa! Kiwawa's here! Shh! Everybody be on your best behavior. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's happening. Oh my god, let me fix my hair. Wait, put some perfume on. Hi, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. Hello. My name is Foss. I'm a fox girl, and for today we're playing Stardew Valley. What were you up to? What died in a raiding-related accident? You know what? That's kind of unfortunate. I guess we'll have to host a funeral. Life. Wawa. Oh my goodness, I love Wawa. Well, I don't think I got a mod in chat. Cute Wawa. Shan. Everybody please follow Wawa. She's so awesome and cute and not stinky even a little bit. Oh my god, you were playing Slay the Spire too? How did that go? How did that go? Do you like it? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for redeeming not first Aaron who have friends. Wowee. This is so awesome. Oh, well, I'm not really trying to talk to you. Can I sell stuff to you? Thank you. Man. Who would marry this guy? Raise your hand if you want to marry him. I think that's an interesting decision. We made it very cool. Had a good time. That's so lovely. Yeah. That's so lovely. Well, make sure you take good care of yourself after your stream, okay? I hope you had a great time. I thought Stinky was part of Wawa's brand. Maybe it's like Stinky Good. A good stink, perhaps. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yippee! Wawa, how do you feel about Sonic Mania? I've never played a Sonic game before, but I'm playing Mania later this week. And I know you're a Sonic expert, so I'd like to know if that's a good one. If that's Wawa approved. 6 a.m. Sheesh! Sheesh! Good night. Good night, wife. I hope you have such good dreams. Sonic Mania peak? Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I'm experiencing peak. Alright. I'm tucking you in. Straight to bed. Straight to bed, Missy. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Okay, the museum's looking pretty good. There's still quite a lot of empty space. But I think it's definitely like... 3/4 maybe? Maybe not quite 3/4. Definitely over halfway there though. I don't know if there's some stuff that's like exclusive to like the Skull Caverns. Or if it's just like random from a geode every time. But I guess we will find out. Is this anything? Oh, I had to give her a bunch of crystals. Shoot, I did not bring any crystals with me. That's a later problem. Hello, Penny. I wish I could keep a garden, but our yard is such a mess. What? I guess there is some tires and whatever this is. I never really thought about what this is. It looks like a can with like a sludge monster crawling out of it. I feel like she could keep a garden if she wanted to. Oh, it's Pam's birthday. I had to give her a flower. Hello. Here. What am I going to make for dinner tonight? Hopefully a hash brown. I've been feeling hopeful lately. Perhaps the weather is changing. Yo, that's kind of real. Okay, it's 18. I did not count how many things I was missing. Well, I guess garlic doesn't take a long time. So it's fine if there's extra. 12 days. I think that's fine as well. Okay, thanks. Wait, that's not fine. I did my math wrong. That puts it at 30. Wait, shoot. It's fine. I'll save I'll save the cauliflower seeds for next year. Maybe potatoes. Yeah. It's fine. Everything is so fine. And I'm so good at math. Man, oh. Artifact. I was playing Slay the Spire 2. I've been playing a lot of Slay the Spire 2. I feel like that's such a good game. But you have to do a lot of math in that game. And I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I lose a lot because I don't do my math correctly. Or I won't do it at all. And I'll be like, yeah, surely that does enough damage. And then it doesn't. Womp womp. Okay. Potatoes, go. Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire 2. Shit! Oh my goodness, Hero Hum. Just cheered 1 bits. Thank you. Thank you for the work. It's so awesome. Y'all are doing math? Based off vibes? Yeah. That's kind of real. I don't know. I feel like every time I go based off vibes, it's like, shoot. I did not kill them and now I'm dead. Wait, strawberry seeds? Plant these in the spring? I didn't even know I had that. I have to plant this like immediately, like yesterday. What the? I'm glad I checked. Slay the Spire 2 co-op real. What my teammates tell me to play. How do your teammates know what you have? Do you like screen share? I don't know. I feel like that's humbling. Like I've done that before, but I feel like being perceived misplaying is too much. They're like, oh, haha, yeah. I don't have any blocks in my hand. When like I do have blocks in my hand, I just like use my energy a little bit funky. Yo, I did not mean to put that on the cover. I didn't know what this was. Maybe it was this. Wait, how do I? What the? Okay. Swag. You go there. You go there. Yup. Okay. Looking good. I'm gonna have to manually water these, but I think it's worth it for strawberries. I screen share and then they see me taking 5 minutes to read and try to comprehend my cards. It's very humbling as someone with low reading skills. Oh, that does sound humbling. I'm so sorry. And yeah, I think since I played the first one, like I kind of have a pretty good understanding. Like I don't have to read the cards as much. For me, it's more humbling just like, I don't know, being like, yeah, this is gonna do 7 times 7 damage. That's probably enough. And then it's like Faust. This is like basic multiplication. You know? But it's okay, it's still a great time. I do not have a lot of bad things to say about that game. I love card games. I love card games. Okay. Shoot, I did not even use this. I mean, I'm dropping the ball for real. That's okay. The ball is surely there to be dropped. It's funny because I've only played with people who know the game and they're like, you just do this and that. Obviously. You just said words I don't know. Oh. Wait, that's so sad. It's really fun. I imagine it's what I sound like when I talk about DBT with others. Yeah, whenever you're like, blah blah blah, looping, blah blah blah, tunneling. I'm like, wow. That sounds so awesome. Whatever that means. Okay, I'm gonna give Pam a daffodil. And then I'm gonna get my little prize ticket thing, and then I'm gonna go fishing. Ugh, Pam's not working. Sigh. They're like, don't worry, I'm doing a shiv run. And I'm like, oh yeah, totally. I never even thought about that. That's kind of funny though. Surely you just need to play like 11 more hours and then you'll totally get it. I don't know. I've been really struggling with that game lately. Every time I play with like a full lobby, like 4 people, it's like, oh yeah, this game is so easy. But whenever I'm doing it either by myself or just with one other person, it's like, man, why is this the hardest game I've ever played in my life? You gotta play with me later? Oh my gosh. Tucks hair behind ear. Puts on perfume. Puts fingertips together. Wow. Wow, that would be so awesome. Surely the 2 of us can do it. Surely. Surely. Oh, is it my birthday today? I guess it is, thanks. This is nice. Oh yeah, price ticket. And then fishing. Sheesh. Hello, Ryan. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I hope the start of your week is going super good. Oh, check this out. I got a sports cap. Oh, I thought this was like a little officer hat. I guess it does have a bit of a bill. It's not my favorite, but like maybe it'd look cute on my horse. Shoot, I didn't even take my horse. Whoops. Whoops. Oh my god, hi! Well, my dad is back. Have you met him? I'm just glad he's okay. Here you go. Thanks, I really like this. Ugh, he's so cute. He's so cute. Oh, berries. Sheesh. Are salmon berries like real things, or is that just like a Stardew Valley, like they made it up? Never heard of them before. You mentioned wanting to play Skyrim. Someone does get behind Joe. We don't handle that stuff well, so I want you to know that. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for telling me. I played Skyrim before. On like the family PS4 when I was younger. So I have seen the intro. I don't know if there's like a low gore mode. If that's an option, but usually I just want like close my eyes. I don't know. Or also, like, if you crit on an enemy and it, like, has a special animation. Ugh. I hate that. I really don't like seeing that. But you just, I don't know, think about puppies or something for a sec. But surely, I don't know. I feel like it's such a big game. Surely they have a low blood mode. I don't know. Shout out to all the games that have low blood modes. Yuda, real. Shoot, I gotta get gems for Emily. That's my tomorrow. That's my tomorrow task. Gems for Emily, and then maybe try to get some more geodes for the museum. I love the special animations. Every time that happens during stream, I'm like, more stuff to add to the Muffin fan cam. The Muffin fan cam? What is a Muffin fan cam? Like, your character Muffin? You're making like a TikTok edit of your character? Wow. We are not the same. Where are my games with extra blood mode? I want more gore, please. I mean, you're a little freak. Nobody has ever said that ever. What the? What the? Playing as a Khajiit named Muffin? Oh. When is the Muffin fan cam getting put on YouTube? Can you order your gore on the side and give me the extra? Yeah, you can have it all. You can have it all. I'm trying to think. I think the only games that I'm like aware of that have gore on the side is Terraria, which is really funny because Terraria gore is like not even anything, but I still turn it on anyway. And then Warframe. I don't know. I sincerely think more games should get on that. Hi Zan, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you. Oblivion doesn't have that stuff, but the remaster is really hard to run when someone makes it. The remaster is hard to run? I assume the remaster would have been easier to run because it's like new, right? Is it not optimized? I don't know if any of you guys are making video games that are super bloody. I think it would be really cool. I think it would be really cool and swag if you included a gore off button in your settings. Just a friendly suggestion. The remaster uses 100% of your CPU when given the chance? What the? What did they even remaster then? So like, these oh, I didn't even notice that was there. These graphics are so good. Good luck. Good luck running it. Is pass out time 1 or 2? I think it's 2. I think I'm good to keep fishing. They changed some gameplay stuff to be nicer and the graphics. Oh. Is the story the same? I've never played Oblivion. I've never played any of the Elder Scrolls games except for Skyrim. I never even beat Skyrim because I was too focused on the Skyrim of course it's Skyrim. On the side quests. I was like, this politics stuff is boring. I think I'm gonna go adopt 2 children and have a pet. And then have a wife. And then, I don't know. kill like 10 bears for some random girl and then struggle to find the bears. I don't know why that side quest like sticks with me so much, but there's someone at the like foot of the mountain who's like, I hate bears, bring me bear pelts. And I remember that took me so long. And the reward wasn't even that great. The story's the same? Sheesh. That's kind of fun. Ah! I saw that. Yo, Rusty Cog mentioned. Do I want this sea jelly? I don't think I do. Yo! Wait, which hat is better for my horse? Hard hat or sports cap? I think the sports cap kind of stands out a little more. Oh my god, I'm gonna fall asleep. Good night, honey. Oh my god. Good night. That's so cute. I personally love the Dark Brotherhood questlines in Skyrim and Oblivion. Oh, it's in both of them? Is it like the same universe? Just like different continents? I wouldn't have imagined that they had the same like factions and stuff. But I guess that makes sense if it's like the same like location. Wow, look at all that sweet, sweet money. Wow, anchovy roe sells for more than I thought. Need more roe. The Elder Scrolls is the same universe, but different countries. Yo. Wait, that's kind of cool. Can I be honest? I do not really care about the Nords? Is that what they're called? They're like, I don't know, the human fellas. I don't know. I'd much rather I'd much rather be in the land with like the Khajiits or the elves or the lizard people. The humanoid ones are kind of boring. I guess they're all humanoid, but like, you know. I don't know. I feel like if you're playing a game with fantasy races, playing as something that looks like just a buff human, I don't know. Not very whimsical if you ask me. Yo, why are you so dirty? I'm glad I've learned to enjoy cleaning. The house gets dirty very easily. Girl, are you like dusting these statues with your hair? Why you look like that? It's satisfying to get everything squeaky clean. Oh, you're chilled now. Here, have this. For me? Thank you. Oh my god, you're so welcome. Maybe I go mining today. My goodness, hi chickens. Torchic, Nugget, Chickapee, Dinosaur. Wowee. What a lineup. Don't mess with my gang. We got Lil Jim Bob. Shoot, I don't remember all the gang members. All I remember is Lil Jim Bob and Larry. Wow, this stream is great. So whimsical with hard features. What features are hard to see? What? What the? What the? Here, I'll fix it. Is this better? Is this better? Do you like this better? Can you see my features? Do you see the sparkles in my eyes? Wow. You see the freckles? Wow. Do you see how my eyebrows get lighter at the edges? Yeah, I colored them in myself. Pretty cool, huh? I played as Imperial, humans from Cyrodiil and Oblivion. It's not that boring. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds kind of boring to me. I'm not saying that you can't do that. I'm just saying it feels like a boring option. You know, but that's not illegal. You're allowed to do boring things if you so choose. Hello, Apex. Oh my goodness. Happy Monday. Sheesh. I see clearly now. Yeah. It's so awesome. I love seeing. Oh, look at all these freaking totems. Okay, this is getting sold. Do I need an egg for the community center? I do. Okay. You can go somewhere. Shoot, I still need more row. NPCs in all Elder Scroll games are really racist if you play as Khajiit or Argonian. Yeah, I feel like the first time I ever played Skyrim, I was a Khajiit. Wait, maybe I was a Wood Elf. I've played as a Khajiit and a Wood Elf and an Argonian. Because I kept like restarting. Like I'd take a big break and then be like, I don't remember what I was doing. I'm gonna restart. I think the farthest I ever got was with the Wood Elf. But anyway, I remember being a Khajiit and everyone was like thought I was stealing all the time. They're like, hands to yourself, thief. It's like, bro, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything at all. Sigh. I'm not related to them? Alright, if you say so. Which NPCs are you related to? Happy Oscars Day. Gonna go watch it, even though my ass got spoiled on Twitter. Oh, I have never watched the Oscars before. I did hear one piece of information that made me happy though. But maybe I won't share it in case people would like to watch it themselves without me blabbering about it. Oh my god, spring onions. Wait, that's garlic. That is not a spring onion. Oh my god, strawberries. Those grew so fast. I guess that's why there's a fairy, huh? Mutton? Muffin keeps being threatened. He turned into a rug! That's kind of awesome. I don't know. I think that's kind of aura. Like, sheesh. Like, if I was threatened to be turned into a rug, I would maybe perhaps take it as a compliment. All the ones that aren't lame. Wow, good answer, good answer. Okay. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I'm going mining soon. Okay. Is it perhaps we have song related? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is perhaps mayhaps song related. Last joke from Rich Win. Would you want it to be like a bear rug where it like looks like I literally got turned into a rug, or do you just want like a regular rug that like has my character on it? I don't know if I described that very well. I want an authentic Foss rug. Wait, you want me to be skinned? Like for real? Wow. That's not a concerning thing. Bear rug would be really funny. Okay. Okay. So, I have like regular human skin. Like, I'm not furry all the way. Like, my arms and stuff. So, I feel like that'd be kind of disgusting looking, to be honest with you. Bear rug for sure. Wait, I just watered these. What am I doing? Ugh. Getting getting distracted by the prospects of being turned into a rug. I'm thinking tiger rug. Yo, that's so real. Wowie. Wowie. I think of all the rug options, I think a tiger rug is probably the best one. I don't know. Bears are cool, but their pelts aren't the most pretty. Yo. Thanks, I guess. This guy sucks. This guy sucks. I'm glad you can marry him because I think divorcing him would be awesome. I think everyone should spam divorce Clint. Your tail is big enough to make a rug from? Yeah, but what about, like, my back? No, I just think that'd be gross. Do they make human rugs? Oh, I should have donated that. Whoopsie. This little guy may be 100,000 years old. Wowee. These are for wife. Whatever, everything is fine. I don't know about a rug, but I'd wear you. Okay. In what way? like a Jake suit? Like Adventure Time style? Or like... like my fur? I don't know. I don't think there's any good answer. I think that's really concerning no matter what. Why are we talking about human rug? Do you guys skinwalker? Oh, maybe. I think that'd be kind of fun. I really, really like the concept of skinwalkers. Or like shapeshifters in general. There's something so appealing about that. Are you asking about that? Probably. Well, I just think it's important to know. I am human, should I fear? Nodders! Listen, I'm not threatening to wear people. I don't know if you should be scared or not. But it's probably fine. Like, I said I was gonna give gems to Emily, and I did not do that. What shape would you take? Oh, as many as possible. I don't know. I just think it'd be really, really fun to, like... be, like, my friends. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure... Do skinwalkers, like, literally take the skin of their victims? Or do they just, like, turn into, like, a copy of them? I don't know. But, like, imagine if I was mixed salsa. Wouldn't that be so cutesy? I don't know. Kinda eating that up. Plus, I hate horror. Also fast. There's something really, really appealing about skinwalkers. Well... I think that's less horrific and more cutesy. In my opinion. Huh? Well, I don't know. It's like I love you, right? So it's like being close to you in a way. Like isn't that kind of nice? Isn't that kind of endearing? She feel urge to find her friend? Yeah. That's nice. Run. Listen, not in a scary way. In a cute way. You guys just don't understand the mind of a genius such as myself. You do be upside down more often than mixed, so it would be fitting? Yeah, that is pretty true, huh? In my quest, I found 3 geodes. And a bone sword. Swag. It's a little so close, don't you think? A little too close? No. I don't think there's such thing as too close. I don't think so. I just really love my friends. In D&D, there's a slime called the Oblex, which feeds on creatures' memories and then transforms into them. Yo! That's kind of awesome. I guess it kind of sucks if you, like, lose those memories. Like, I wouldn't want to take somebody's good memories away from them. But if it's just, like, a sharing situation, then, like, I would eat that up. I would love to eat all my friends' memories. Would you take Eggman's skin? No. I don't feel a lot of love for Eggman. Like, I guess if there was no other option, maybe just to see what it's like. It eats the creature and takes its memories. Oh. Okay, well, maybe I wouldn't want to do that to my friends. But, like, if my friends were, like, on their deathbed, if they're, like, 3 seconds away from dying, and then it's like, oh, you could be part of me forever, then maybe I would do that. Is that mean? I don't know if that's mean. I just want all my friends to be part of me. Is this a one-time thing, or can they do it multiple times? Multiple times, I think. Sheesh! What a good ability to have. I'm gonna eat this lollipop. Do you guys think a DM would let me play as an Oblex? Surely there's at least a couple DMs out there that would be up for the challenge. It might stress them out a little bit, though. Is that just haunting with extra steps? Yeah, you get it. You get it. It's like being part of them, or them being part of me. Either way, I'm into it. I quite like it. What do I get rid of? That is random fiber. Play as Oblex who forget their Oblex? Yo! That would be kind of scary to forget, like, that's what you are. Like, if you got confused and thought they were your memories, even though it was, like, somebody else's that you ate. That's kind of cinema. That's kind of cinema. Man, my pockets are full. But I do not really have that many geodes at all. Eggman is still here, let's go. Also, hi! Yo! Tilsy. What the... Is that kind language? Are you being mean to people? Oh my god, a geode! Oh my god, 3 geodes. Okay, surely I don't need this slime. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But hi, Tilsy. Eggman is still here. He's I don't know what he's doing, but he's here. He's here. Everybody say hi. Oh. Alright, alright. Maybe I should be going to the Skull Cavern instead. Because I'm not really making any progress here. But man, I just want geodes, really. Sheesh! Bombs mention. Oh my goodness, so many geodes. This is so awesome. festival music startling. Okay. Do you know what an Oblex is? Nope. What the? She's just here for a good time. And you know what? I think we can all learn something from that. How's my mining level looking? Oh my god, 11. I didn't know it could go past 10. Everything is so good except for combat is lacking a little. Whoops. Whoops. What does an Oblex look like? Like, do they just look like a regular slime, or are they extra interesting? I don't know. I feel like if it's ugly, then maybe that changes my opinion of it a little bit. If it looks like this, kind of swag. Oh, I kind of want that slime. Don't need coal. I'll share the wiki about it in the Discord. Yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee! I feel like there's so many D&D creatures that I'm just so unaware of. I guess I'm not really an avid D&D player. I don't know. I feel like there's so much. Do they come out with like new little creatures and monsters like every time they release a book? Or is it kind of like fan submitted? Like SCP style? After learning what an Oblex is, the earlier call is confirmed. Should I share it in media or games? Whichever one. It's not super strict. Whichever one your heart desires. I want to play as the crow people. I didn't even know there was crow people. I'm trying to think of what the race was called. But the one time I played D&D, I was like a cat person cleric. Like essentially a Khajiit, but that's not what they're called. That's not what they're called. It was cool though. Town. Is this where I left my horse? Did I even? Oh, here's my horse. Let's get you home. Did you have wares? I did not have wares. I was just a sassy cleric. Who was good at puzzles. Like there's a lot of riddles, and I'd always be like, actually, it's this. Tabaxi, yeah, that's what it was called. It was that one. Kind of awesome. If they had coin, sweet moon sugar. Chelsea, what do you mean sweet moon sugar? I wish I could sell my sword from this menu. I don't really know what I need or don't need, so I'm just gonna keep everything, I think. There's no way you were doing puzzles? Yeah, well, like riddles. I guess not like puzzles. But it'd be this big old riddle, and it'd be like, oh, this is an inverted cigarette or something. We need skooma, guys. That's not good for you. I don't really remember what skooma does, or like what it is, but it's probably bad for your brain cells or something. You know, maybe you can have a pixie stick if you're really good. I have a skooma plushie? What? A skooma nut? Like pile of sugar in a bowl? How do you have a plushie of that? What does that even mean? Oh, wait, I put minerals in the resource bin. How silly of me. Are any of you resources? Oh my god, slay! Okay. Oops. Cooking? Cooking? Eating? Maybe? I must on 2D upside down now that I just enough for after you said inverted. Hmm. Up to you entirely. Flying in the sky? Cliff Racer flies so high? Flying? What are you what are you singing right now? Mm, that's great, sweetie. That's so awesome. Oh my god, seeds. Wait, how long does this take? 8 days? Sheesh, I have enough. I can plant them. Ba-dum. I hope I don't pass out. Be a little unfortunate. Planting these. These go to the blacksmith. If there is like an auto sort button, that would be so freaking awesome. So freaking awesome. I'll share a photo in parentheses to Dizzy. Dear Dizzy, today I went to the grocery store. It was kind of awesome. Okay. Did I need anything else from here? I don't think I did. There's an auto sort button? Oh. Well, I meant like... I know you can do this. Whoa. No, it changes the order. But I wish, like, just from your inventory, you could, like, sort them in. Wait a minute. Has this button always been here? Okay, well, I think I just wished that into existence. I don't really remember that being there. That's kind of awesome, though. Why have I not been doing that? Okay, I gotta go to bed. Oh my goodness. Running. Running. Good night, wife. Good night. That's me, I'm Dilsey. Dilsey is me. I'm not Dilsey. Oh. Interesting. Interesting information. What if we were all Dilsey? Thoughts? I'm a freshwater shrimp? But you're a freshwater shrimp? Of the retail variety? You're not an ocean shrimp? This kind of changes everything. I thought you were in the ocean for real. Much to ponder. A cherry shrimp? I've never even heard of a cherry shrimp. Dilsey, true you are. Whoa! What does this entail? Make his Dilsey? Dilseys I should know about. I don't know about should know about. That's interesting wording. I don't know. Isn't there like some folklore where like in some situations if you see your doppelganger like you die or explode or something? I know that happens in Adventure Time. I feel like that happens in other media too. But like maybe you Loki shouldn't know about it. Dilsey is a mindset? Wait, that's kind of awesome. Yeah, I got that Dilsey mindset. Oh, okay. I have to do this rock rejuvenation thing. Cannot forget. Oh, man. Working on the farm sure is tough. Maybe I need to have kids so that, like, they do the work. Surely that's a good, smart idea. Elsie has a mindset of being really cool and awesome. I believe it. She is one of the coolest and awesomest people I know. And I be knowing people. Stop being nice to me. What the? Don't want people to be nice to you? Sigh, SMH. So humble. Okay. I need Ruby, Topaz, Emerald, Jade. Ruby, Topaz, Jade. Okay. On the way. Don't even worry. Oh. Guess there's some things here as well. Oh my god, so many beans. 10 coffee beans. And they carry over to summer. This is so awesome. I don't really have a coffee machine. But when I do, I can have coffee like every single day. Loki, those beans are just not getting watered today. Surely they can survive one day of not being watered. What do I do with the rest of these? Ugh. Ugh. Have you seen her scarf collection? That isn't cool and awesome. I don't know what is. Wait, that's so real. I don't know if I've seen all the scarves, but I've definitely seen some of them. They're definitely pretty cool and pretty awesome. Okay, I don't think I need gold star carrots. I think I can sell them. I think just a regular carrot's gotta be fine. Well, I don't know. What if I need a gold star carrot later? I really don't be knowing. Womp. I think kegs are... Ah! I didn't know I could feed you carrots like that. Wait. How'd I do that? Wait, eat this. Eat this carrot. No, not me. Maybe they can only eat one. Well, I have not been feeding my horse. I didn't know you were supposed to do that. Yikes. Hopefully she's eating enough grass. Oh wait, I have mayo. I don't want that. Get that out of here. She's doing photography. Say go cheese. Hello, cheese. Did you take it? Okay, that's fine. I think kegs too. Wait, hold on. Ah! What do I need for a keg? Oak resin. Do I have that? Do I have kegs already? What's in here? Oh, these are not kegs. Okay. I'll get oak resin and then I'll get a keg. And then I'll have so much coffee. Maybe, hopefully. When are you starting the ancient fruit wine empire? Shoot, I don't even know how to get an ancient fruit. I probably have like some grapes that have been sitting in a chest for a few months. Do you think that counts? You think that counts to anything? Why do I have bug meat? That's not even necessary to anything. Sigh. Oh, I could really go for a ripe parsnip. Man, I just put those away. It's Shane's birthday! That guy is mean as hell. If I see him, I'll give him something, though. Could have sworn you found an ancient seed before? Oh, maybe I did. I don't think I planted it. I think I gave it to the museum. If it's like an artifact thing. Maybe. Maybe? I don't know what I did with it. But I don't think I have an ancient fruit yet. Yo! What is that? A fairy stone? That's so beautiful. Keep up the good work, Clint. That's so gorgeous. Shit. Conte gives you it back? Oh. Well, where is it? I don't really know what I did with it. Dot, 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 dot. I don't remember him giving me anything back. Maybe I'm cooked. Oh, and the rewards probably. Alright, I'll check. Surely it's sitting there. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Oh, hell no. I probably fed it to my horse. Chicken probably ate it or something. Alright, let's see. I got some things for you. This is so pretty. I want this to be the most visible thing possible. Is corner visible? It needs like a little bit to itself, low-key. It's too much green. Okay. These can sit next to it. These are my favorite ones, I think. Yeah, nothing else is as cool as these three. Wait, was there something else I had? Oh. Some random garbage. Lovely. Okay, doing good. Filling out museum stuff. Sheesh! Ancient seeds! My god. Who knew? I don't know if it carries across seasons, so maybe I'll save it for summer. I'd be really sad if it just kind of exploded. I got a crafting recipe for it too, though. Oh. You just trade the artifact for it. Well, I guess I could have an empire if I found some more. Okay, where's Emily? Oh, it goes across seasons. Okay. I'll be sure to plant it right away then. Hello. Miss Penny makes me read a new book every week. At least she lets me pick them sometimes. I bet Vincent would love Diary of a Wimpy Kid. What a good... what a good book. It's changed a lot after the Joja Mart went up. It's been really bad for Pierre's shop. Mom loves Joja Mart though. The prices are cheap, so she can afford a lot more there than she ever could at Pierre's. That is pretty rough. I understand the predicament. Sometimes I look for crawdads in the river. Don't tell Aunt Marnie, but I fed one to a cow once. Why would I tell her that? That is not my business. One sec, gotta beat this level. Oh my god. I love you so much. Thanks, I really like this. Sorry, I have a wife. But I just like him so much. Jody tells me you've really become a part of this community. I'm glad to hear it. Oh my god. Jody was talking about me? Have you crucified Lewis yet? I'm working on it. Slowly but surely. Getting there. It takes a whole month to grow. Goes in all seasons besides winter. Okay. So if I plant it today, it'll be done by summer 20. Yo, that's kind of awesome. Well, I did not read what she said. Once you got everything in order, it's going to add a lot to our community. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. You want a flower? Oh, no, I'm not eating it. Blech. I hate this! Oh my god! She's never gonna talk about me again. I gotta go. Wait, why does she hate it? Oh wait, you look like you want something. I don't know what you like. I know you like frozen tears and quartz. I don't have either of those. Can I interest you in a daffodil? Not you. Oh my god! You don't like daffodils? What is up with these people and not liking flowers? If someone gave me a flower, I would explode with happiness. This is messed up. Wait, her room is still here, even though she doesn't live here anymore. That's kind of cutesy. I think it'd be funny if Emily turned it into like a home gym or something. Oh my god, I have gems for you. That was a beautiful wedding. I'm really happy for you and Haley. Oh my god, thank you. Do you want your stuff? Oh, I don't have the parsnip for you. Do I just like give it to you? You want this? Oh. I gave you everything you wanted. Is it enough? Hello? Maybe at like the end of the day it'll tell me if I did good. Yikes. I'm afraid I'm fumbling as a community member. Okay, this egg is going to the community center. If nothing else, I can do the community center in the museum. I guess if the neighbors hate me, that's kind of out of my hands. Yo, why are these rocks spreading? Stay in your lane. Alright. One large egg delivery. Coming right up. It's so silly that like the floorboards are literally torn and there's like weeds growing in here. But then like one of the rooms is like completely organized and clean and like well lit. Yikes. Gonna have to help him out a little, huh? Truffle oil. I don't know how you get that. A truffle is like a mushroom, right? Maybe you have to put a mushroom in something. What? Well, I already donated an egg. Oh, I needed a white one, I guess. Darn it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not even worried about it. I'm fumbling. Okay, let's check the fish. Need a walleye. Catfish, tiger trout. Sturgeon. Woodskip, ghostfish, pufferfish. Interesting. I don't know. A pufferfish sounds like just a normal creature you would get from the ocean. Oh, I have hay. Don't think I have wheat, but I definitely have hay somewhere. Yo, thank you so much for the hydrate stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so hydrated, foe, today. Yippee! Red cabbage. I wonder if that comes from a seed. Not really seen any cabbages of any color. I am not going all the way over there for that little arrow. Oh my goodness, hello. Thanks. Did you even like it? Is thanks with a period like a neutral reaction or a good reaction? I don't know. It's really satisfying when you can repair something yourself, instead of just throwing it away. That's good advice. Oh, I want those worms. What if it's another seed from my ancient empire? Oh, and some fish stuffs. Oh, a little too far. It went away. Surely this is a sturgeon or a tiger trout or a pufferfish. Well, almost. It has fish in the name. Alright. Go back home. Get my ancient seed. Put all this stuff away. Hello. Let's see. If if compounds in this rhizosphere contain sufficient levels of carbon-13, then... Oh, sorry. I was pondering some data, and I didn't notice you there. It's okay. You can ponder to your heart's content. Oh, man. I hate when an arrow goes across the water. Oh, I forgot that I have these little crab pots. Maybe I could put them in, like, the ponds by my house or something. I am not really paying attention to them when they're there. Ooh. While I'm here, I can sell this bone sword. Get it out of my inventory, at least. Oh, yeah. Got some sort of progress going on. Femur. An old heavy bone caked in centuries of grime? Ew. This bone is grimy. This is the one I have. The lava katana is really good. Really expensive. I wonder if it's worth it. Probably not. Wait. Decorative. Decorative sword. Can be placed as a decoration. That's so awesome. I hope my wife likes this. Surely all wives like swords. Hello. I thought about tying a knot once, but now I'm happily married to the wind rustling in the leaves and the frogs croaking under the silver moon. You're married to all the frogs? Frog husband. That's nice. You want a horseradish? That's a good find. I'm always happy when eating wild food. Thank you. Wow, you're so welcome. Let me check up here. I guess I could clean this place up. A little messy up here. Haha, frog! One of Linus's husbands. Or wives. Good, my inventory's full. Whoops. But the seeds and moss. Could eat this horseradish. Oops. That's something. I guess the moss isn't really that needed. My moss soup, though. What am I gonna do without my moss soup? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I wonder if I leave and come back, does it despawn? Never really looked into that. Surely I don't need copper ore. I feel like that is quite easy to find out of everything. Oh yeah. What a nice clean community. Shout out to me. Whoops. I did not even know I had clay in my pocket. Lovely. Okay, I think that's all. Ignore the random moss balls on the ground. Other than that, everything's looking spiffy. Kind of weird to have like a bathhouse right in front of the train station. I don't know. I guess maybe you could you could get off the train and then immediately relax. Oh, I forgot about the mushroom situation over there. Okay. One ancient seed. It's so quiet, but like kind of nice, kind of peaceful. Yep. Ugh. Add to existing stacks goes crazy. Okay. And then this stuff. We'll keep that. Keep that. This stuff can be sold, I believe. Oh, yeah. Oh, plan this spring takes 3 days to grow. I could do that. I could do that easy peasy. Oh, it's raining. It was raining so hard earlier, and then it stopped for a good while. I thought it was all done. But it's back. Look nice. Okay. Ah! Productive maxing. Plant these carrots. So all this stuff. Put these crab pots. I'm kind of worried that they're just gonna be full of trash, but you know, I guess it's better than not having them be used at all. Why do I have coffee in here? Coffee and espresso. I'll put that in the fridge. Startup tree. Tree. Start drop tea. Lots of drinks slow today. Man, I should have put this one by a sprinkler. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's chill. Let me check the mushrooms. Oh, I forgot I got a barn thing. Yo, oak resin. Can have a keg now. I believe. I think I've got everything else. Might as well chop these while I'm here and have the energy. Oh, a mess. Lovely. Yippee! The horse doesn't even get slowed down by the grass. That's so nice. What a nice horse. Have to feed him another carrot sometime. Gotta grow another carrot first. What kind of creatures? Wow, I put a crystal in here and everything. And then I just forgot about him, I guess. Oh wait, I need hay for the community center. Can I grab hay? Hello? Maybe you can't grab it unless the little trough is empty. Wow. If you could do different rarities, I'd have enough morels. I think they all have to be the same. Just common foe today. Alright. Put my horse back. What's my horse called? Big Fargle. Okay, that's lovely. Oh, I guess feeding them a carrot is the same as petting them. They don't have any sort of heart meter. I guess you never really know if your horse loves you or not. But, you know, maybe the point isn't to do things to be shown love. Maybe the act of loving is good enough. I haven't seen my cat for a while. Wait, I already had oak resin? Oh, man, I could have had 2 kegs by now. Alright, put all this coffee stuff away. Why do I have... Squid and shrimp make sense, because, like, you cook with that. I don't think there's any recipe with a crimson fish. I don't really know why I put that there. My mind is an enigma even to me. Big sword. Let me move this over. Well, I like the idea of a sword by a fireplace. But I don't want everything to be, like, clumped together too much. Maybe I do. Maybe it's fine. Hello, wife. I hope you like the sword. Yippee! Oh, I should not have sold those. Whoops. It's okay. I'll grow more for my horse. Okay. Yippee! Spring's almost over. We're almost in summertime. Wow, Haley wakes up so early. The bookseller's in town today and it's raining? Sheesh. If it's raining, I guess I will go mining. But not in the normal mines, in like the school one or something. See what that's all about. But first, I'm gonna take an ad break. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. I think a snack would be kind of awesome. You guys want to watch the Oscars? The ad break. This is pretty much the Oscars. Ah! Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I didn't get my ad blocker working yet. Alright, swag. And then you can listen to calming music. Sheesh. Okay, I'll be back. Hello, I'm back. I'm back with rice. With rice. I had chicken and vegetables and rice for dinner yesterday. But I made too much, so I'm eating leftovers. Although I put like peas in it. And I think I put way too many peas. This thing is like 40% peas. I don't even like peas that much. They're fine though. It's okay, I guess. Welcome back, Avex. You can't watch. Why can't you watch the Oscars right now? Is it like not? Is it not on YouTube or something? Let me see if I can find it. There's an opening monologue. Mm. These are low-key spoilers. Don't look. Don't look if you're planning on watching the Oscars later. I guess these are all clips. There's a highlight video that's 3 minutes. I kind of assumed you'd be able to watch the whole thing. But maybe not. Hi! Hi dear fishman. Bick later. How's it going? Happy Monday. Rice! Oh my god. You would not believe how much rice I eat. I'm such a little rice enjoyer. Not really available where I am unless you have this one very specific cable provider. Hmm. Surely. Oh. Oscars live from Academy Awards red carpet? Is this just the red carpet? It's an hour long. Oh my god, don't look at the ad. Don't look at that. I gotta do some very legal activity, you know. Ugh, real. I love doing legal activities. Let's go. I love legality. She's like 10 times her body weight in rice a week. So 3 pounds. Yo, that's crazy. I do eat a lot of rice. Start of red carpet. Heidi Klum, Spike Lee, EJ, Conan O'Brien. Are these? I thought Oscars were for like movies. Aren't some of these people like singers? Okay, I guess this isn't like the awards. I guess this is just people walking. I've never really seen the red carpet or the Oscars. I didn't know they had like a fashion show beforehand. I thought that was like a Met Gala thing for real. I guess the pirates are all sleeping today. Get on it, mateys. That's so funny. I'm pinning that. Oh, you could watch 2025 or 2024's Oscars. Surely it'll be back. Surely it'll be out soon. Huh? What are you saying huh to? Hmm. Well, it's a bad day for all my Oscars watchers out there. If you didn't see it live, I guess. It's so over. It's so cooked even. Now where's my game? Oh, there's my game. Let me take a few bites of rice. I feel like rice is one of those things where you can't really like sneakily eat it. You kind of have to use 2 hands. Yummy, yummy veggies and rice. Also, for all you stir fry enjoyers, if you haven't tried Bachan's like Japanese barbecue sauce, you're missing out. This stuff is so awesome. That's all. Wow. The rain sound effect is so pleasant. Okay. Good morning, life. I changed a lot over the years, but I still prefer sunny weather. That suits her. She is very sunshiny. I love my life. I love my life. Oh, I got mail. Notice, Pierre here. I really, really want a plate of sashimi. I'll pay top coins to whoever brings me some. Do you think he sent this letter to like literally everybody in the town? He was like, guys, I really want sushi. And he paid for stamps for all of it. Wow, kind of an elite ball move, honestly. Phantom, thank you so much for the 7 streak. Sheesh. Thank you. I should be so mad about the Best Actress snub, but I'm even more mad because the one I wanted to win was not even nominated. Oh, who did you want to win? I don't know who won. The only thing I know is that K-pop Demon Hunters won something, and I was like, sheesh. Your dad just got me an Omega Costco bottle of it. Sheesh. That's so lovely. I also have the Omega Costco bottle. Like, I started off with the normal sized ones, but I don't know. Ever since I first tasted it, I was like, oh my god, this is a staple. This is a staple for my household now. So now I get it at Costco. I've been trying the other flavors too, though. Walmart had a sale on one flavor that was like sweet pineapple. And I was worried because it was like discounted so heavily. I was like, maybe everybody hated this and this is why it's on sale. But I tried it and it was really, really good. Sometimes those sales are legit. Oh, sorry. I forgot to put Spotify on. An Eggman's running across it. I don't know how it was. Maybe I'm bigger than I usually am. Maybe like this. Maybe that's better. How many wives do you have exactly? In the game or in real life? In the game, just one. Just Haley. In real life, I don't really know. I don't really know. An unspecified amount. I have normal size, and it's honey flavored. Ooh, I haven't tried the honey flavor. I tried like the original and the spicy, and then the pineapple. I don't know. Sometimes it makes me nervous to try new flavors because it's like, oh man, if I don't like it, then I just have like a whole bottle of it. But I guess that's what friends are for. Give them the stuff you don't want. Marrying Haley is a big win. Yeah. Yeah. I was low-key kind of convinced to marry Haley. Because I always thought she was a bit of a bully. But then people were like, no, her lore, she has such good development. And then I saw like those TikTok edits where it was like, what's the lesbian song? Shoot. I don't remember what the lesbian song is, but I saw edits of her to that. I was like, huh. Maybe this is kind of awesome. I'm easily persuaded. I wanted Jesse Plemix to win for Begonia. His performance made me tear up for real, and they didn't even give him the nomination. Rigged because I said so. Oh, I didn't see Begonia. I don't know who Jesse Plemons is. But I also think it's rigged because you said so. I trust your opinions. I was a part of that? Oh yeah. Shout out to everybody who vouched for Haley. Peer pressure into marrying your wife? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Is it Chaperone? Yeah. I think it is. But for some reason the only song that's coming to mind is Hot to Go, and that is just not what it is. My first thought was Girl in Red, but I couldn't think of any specific songs. I'm guessing Good Luck Babe. Yeah, it was Good Luck Babe. I saw a lot of like fan art and like fan edits of Haley to Good Luck Babe. You're like, huh? Maybe this is real. Maybe this is real. But now I'm happily married and she gave me hash browns. And everything is so awesome. Oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot of text. Complete breakfast. Last week I taught you how to make hash browns. This week I'll show you how to combine them with other ingredients to create a hearty, complete breakfast. This meal will really fill you up and give you the energy you need to get in a hard day's work. Wow. I hope my chickens wrote that down. I like exposing my little babies to television. We gotta rot their brains while they're still little. So they're extra informed. And to the right song will literally change your life. That's kind of real. I already really like Stray Kids. They're like a K-pop group, but there's this one edit of this one member that like, oh my god, I had to have seen that edit like at least 30 times. It was just so brain altering. It's like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you're so right. This is so perfect. I hope that meal don't need to use chicken meat. I feel like chicken isn't that common for breakfast. I feel like that's a bit rare. Surely it's fine. Okay, one large egg goes to community center. And all the rest go to the mail machines. Oh my gosh. Bountiful harvest. I still don't have any other row. That's okay. Got enough blackberries. Whoa. No, I would not like to eat a blackberry, but thank you for asking. Oh, I need to make a keg as well. Woof. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. Love to see it. Okay, what do I need for keg? Dirty wood, copper, iron, and oak resin. So just wood, copper, and iron. Yarp. Alright, 2 kegs. You can go here. Do I make coffee in the kegs? Is that right? Place 5 beans in a keg to make coffee. Oh, I see. Well, I have 7. Make coffee, go. I think that's also how you make alcoholic beverages. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but I've had a quest to make pale ale for Pam for ages, and I just have not done that. Or did I do that? Maybe I'm a liar. I just got a keg, so I don't really know when I would have done that. But it's not here. Oh, I didn't realize this was a scroll down stitch. Okay. I think I'll go eat. See everyone later. Goodbye, Aaron. Let me tuck you in. Oops, that's not it. I hope you have sweet dreams. Thank you very much for coming. Right. Give it this. Can't forget to do that. Huh, no pale ale. Did I need any other alcohol things? Maybe I didn't. Okay, this needs a mill. Is this for a keg? I don't know if it's 1 or 5. Guess, let's see. Oh, it's just 1. Okay. I'm apprehensive, but excited. Alright, Alright, bringing bombs to mine. I should probably bring some sort of food. It's already like 10 a.m. nearly. Bring a snack. I'm going to the scary mine. I guess the startup tea is just a gift. I'm gonna give this to my wife. Oh, you like that weird cactus? Here you go. For me? Ooh, I can't decide if I should drink it or use it as shampoo. What? Are tea leaves good for your hair? Okay, I'll bring pancakes. Pancakes and Joja Cola. Sell this stuff. Give amethyst to Emily and then go mining. Yep. Emily better be at her house. I guess it's the weekend. She could really be doing anything. But I'm hoping I don't have to run around for her. Hello, are you home? Are you home? Oh my god, you're home! Thank goodness. I have your amethyst. Oh, I don't have your parsnip. I totally could have given you a parsnip. Whoops. Well, surely she's happy enough from the amethyst. She doesn't need the parsnip. Surely she won't be mad at me. Hi, carrot! Oh my goodness. I got carrots in my bowl next to me. You think that's a sign? Yo! I'm gonna claim this later. I don't want my inventory to be full. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can do. Care package! Yippee! Yippee! Ah. How's your Monday going, Carrot? I hope your week is starting off strong. Yummy carrot. I got like a big bag of baby carrots from Costco. And usually they're normal, but these baby carrots are so chunky. Like I had to I had to cut them in half. They're just so big. They're good though. I would recommend them. One piece of coal, lovely. Just what I wanted. Wow, 2 pieces of coal. Lucky day. Alright, get me in there. I don't really know what the point of this is. The sign doesn't say anything. But it says... I assume this is the skull cavern, because that's a skull. Well, I guess, let's see. It doesn't seem like there's levels like the other one, though. I don't really know. I guess I'll just start mining and see what happens. Hey, look, I'm gonna blow this guy up. I'm back! Welcome back! Did you get a snack? I've been sleeping until 5 minutes ago, and I'm gonna go back to sleep because I'm tired. Go back to sleep then. Nothing wrong with going back to sleep. Nothing wrong with being well rested. Whoa, my god. 21? What the? That kinda hurts. Hello, Big Papa. Oh my god, they hurt so bad. Oh. Okay. That was kinda close, huh? Yikes. I should have maybe got more health materials than one single pancake stack. But it's fine. Surely I got that dog in me. I was showering? Sheesh. That's so lovely. Mm. Today's my shower day too, but I'm gonna go after I go to the gym. Place your bets will be my hair be nice today. Um hmm. Well, it's storming kind of bad where I live. So I assume at the very least it's humid or windy or something where you are. So I think if you stay inside your hair will be nice, but I think if you go out then maybe it might be a little tangly. I have to wait for somebody first and I probably will. Oh. Well, I hope they come soon. It's time for Big Papa Animal's dad joke of the day. Oh. That's so awesome. Oh my god. Why do slimes are 15? I cannot take another hit or I'm dead. I'm out of here. Maybe I need maybe I need more health items. Um, wait, how do you make moss soup? Do I need a kitchen for that? I didn't think so. Oh wait, I forgot I have these. Need battery packs. It doesn't seem like this is a lightning sort of day though. Maybe the moss soup is a kitchen thing. Rain totem. Activate to greatly increase the chance to rain tomorrow. That's so lovely. We need more pine tar. And I don't know how you get truffle oil. I need to figure that out. I can make bug steak. Do I
You
even
know,
have...
Cinna,
Oh.
something that was really odd to me growing up. Throughout all of elementary school, there were only 25 letters in the alphabet. Nobody knew why.
Yo! So load up beans. I guess that's a good one. I guess so. I can just make grass starters. Much to ponder. Okay. Get me out of here. I need a snack. I'm not seeing any snacks. Is that you in the skull cavern? Maybe the skull cavern is the one in the desert. Maybe I'm mistaken. Oh, if it's raining, it's probably good to go fishing, though. Maybe, maybe we ignore my health and just start go fishing. River. I need a catfish and a tiger trout. Is this the river? Maybe this is the lake. I need a sturgeon. Let me see if there's a sturgeon. Surely that's like a rain type of fish. Surely I'll get it immediately. That's the first time you haven't immediately eye rolled at me, so I'll take that as you laughing out loud. Well, wouldn't you hear if I laughed out loud? I'm afraid that's not really how that one works. But I guess whatever floats your goats. Leave me with my victories. I don't get many. Alright. You can have it, I guess. That one wasn't terrible. Like, I think all dad jokes have, like, a level of terribleness. But on the scale of dad jokes, I guess it was a good one. Can I make bait? Oh, I guess I can't open the menu while I'm fishing, huh? Let's go! Let's go, let's go! Oh wow, that one was so easy. Carp. Alright, let's see what we got here. 5 bait for 1 bug meat. Or if I have 2 moss, I can make it even better. Wait, I could totally get bug meat. +2 foraging? I don't even know what that means. Does that mean I get more items for picking up little things on the ground? I miss my horse. Why is this game like low-key stressful? That might be too scary. Surely there's a bug in here. Excuse me, little slime. Oh wow, carrot seeds. I think they take 3 days. I'll have to plant them immediately. Maybe bugs don't like the cold. Maybe I gotta be on like a baby floor. Baby floor for baby bug. Yo, a bug! Oh my god, and then check this out. Make the bait, and you make deluxe bait, and then you put it on your fishing pole, and it's so awesome! Another bug. Give me that. Yippee! Wait, I should have been making bait this whole time. I didn't know it was such a low cost. Time to stockpile points for tomorrow's dad joke? Oh, you don't like have to do them every day. You know, it could be like Big Papa's dad joke of the week or the month. You know, really hype it up by making artificial scarcity. Have you have you considered that? I think of Mick every time I hear this song. Maybe Papa's dad joke of the day really rolls right off the tongue. Does it? Yo, it's so much bait. Some rice shoots. That's an interesting thing to fish up. What the? What the? It's a good thing. It's like I imagine you doing your little dancey dance. Please be a sturgeon. Please be a sturgeon. And I was thinking about fishing in video games the other day. And I think Stardew Valley is like really high up there. I think low-key maybe Animal Crossing might be #1. Because you can see the outlines. So you like have a rough idea of like what fish it'll be based off the size. And I think that's kind of awesome. No such luck. Well, I did get roe. That's good. If I age it, it'll probably sell for $3. Yippee! Oh, I swear I heard the noise. Whoops. Oh man. Milky, my hand was not even on the mouse. I was eating rice. I want to play Animal Crossing. I want to use my capture card to play Switch games, but I'm so nervous that my Switch is a little cooked. Like, I think it'd have to be plugged in while I'm playing it. And I just don't know how good that would be if it already has to be plugged into a capture card. I really don't know how a capture card works. I should maybe look into that, huh? But I sure have one. Gamble all. Yo, look at you. Good job. It's been snowing again, and I'm so sad. I'm so cold again. Aw, I would trade with you if I could. I really like the snow. It's pretty warm over here. It's warm and rainy, which is good because I want to get flowers ASAP. Although I'm a little bit like I don't want to say upset because it's like not that big of a deal. But if you guys remember that one stream where I had to step aside for a minute because somebody knocked on my door and then like just came into my apartment without me answering the door. I was the maintenance man putting caution tape on my balcony because I guess the balcony below mine has a big hole. And so like I'm not allowed to go out on my balcony until they fix the one below it. And they haven't fixed it yet. And they better hurry TF up because whenever it becomes time to buy flowers, I do not want to have to be waiting for them to reopen my balcony for me. Low key, I've already been out there. Like there's caution tape and there's a thing that says like don't go out there. Like danger. It's like, man, it's nice outside. I'm going out there anyway. But I feel like they won't notice if I just go out there. But they'll definitely notice if like they come to take the tape down and there's like a billion plants out there. That might be a bit incriminating. They just need to hurry up. I want my flowers. That one song you sang earlier is so funny to me. It sounds like a mouse playing little hijinks. Really? That's so real. I think that's why I like it so much. It's so freaking awesome. But there's like a little dance that goes with that song that I really like. It's called Rat Dance. And I think it's quite whimsical and awesome. Oh, Papa, you lost all your points. Aw, man. I'm so sorry. Gambling? Hell yeah. Yo! You won. Good job. What do I need? I don't think I need any of these fish. I need that egg though. Rare disc. A heavy black disc studded with peculiar red stones. When you hold it, you're overwhelmed with a feeling of dread. Is this supposed to be a reference to something? This looks like a tire. A bedazzled tire. Why does it fill you with dread? That's so interesting. Okay. Oh, I gotta plant my carrots as well. Yarp. I guess you can go here. I truthfully don't think I've ever won rigged, honestly. What? Surely you won at least once. Pika. Okay. Pika V. I don't mind doing that, but I feel a little bit awkward every time. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh my god, Jade. Jade is the name of my mama's dog. Rigged in my favor so I don't mind? As long as long as somebody's winning. OMG, is that why I said mouse? Never had an original thought in my life. Gotta drown my sadness. Gamble 10%. Damn it, can't even be sad in peace. Oh. Wait, you won! I thought drown your sadness meant like cover it up with gambling. You wanted to lose? You wanted to be like extra sad? Sad boy hours. What do you think peak sad boy hours is? You think like 4 a.m. or like 2 a.m.? Or like are you a little freak and it's like 1 p.m.? Freak affectionately, I must add. Freak with all the love of my heart. I don't know what to do with this bait. I guess I can go with seeds. Bait is like seeds. In a way. In a way. Yes, I wanted to drown in my sadness, I guess. Oh. I see. That makes sense. Yo, coffee. Oh my gosh, and I only have 3 eggs left. Wait, I had such a stockpile of eggs. Have I just been that on top of it? Or have I been selling them? Much to ponder. Anyway. More beer flow today. I can't stop winning? You gotta gamble all. If you can't stop winning, that means you have to gamble all. Double your profits, surely. Did I need anything else? One bump Emily. You want sashimi? You want an apricot? You want skull cavern? Find shadowy figure. Oh, here's a pale ale thing. I was literally looking for this quest earlier and I couldn't find it. How do I make pale ale? Is it with hops? Is that what I'm making already? I don't know. I don't know. I'm coffee maxing right now. Oh, I don't have any jelly saved. I'll keep a jelly. I'll keep a jelly for cooking purposes. Oh, I left my horse somewhere. In the rain. Yikes. Nobody tell anyone. That's a little onlookers. Did I look at my chickens? Can I pet you? I think I did. I took the eggs at least. Oh, tomorrow I should work on getting cows or whatever fits in a barn. More animals. Huck chair. Yippee! Wow, look at these profits. They're so awesome. Running you out to the horse committee. You're telling everyone? No, guys, it's like free ranged, cage free horse. You know, like he's allowed to wander and roam as if he's a wild horse. You know, maybe it would be more cruel to keep him tied up to that little barn situation, but this way he can explore and eat carrots to his heart content. You know, I'm just being so kind. I'm going to socialize in town for a bit today. Wait, hold on. We got layered music. We can listen to this Stardew Valley banger until it goes away. Alright, Pierre wants to... Oh, wait! Kiss! Kiss! Wait, I swear I tried to kiss her earlier and it just did not let me. Yeah, that's so cute. I love life kissing. I am trying to get to the stove. Like, I'm happy to kiss her. Okay, there we go. One fish. Alright, got my sashimi. I don't know what fish it used. Oh, it used the sea cucumber. That's fine. I was worried it used a shrimp or something. Hi, Frosty. Thanks again for the wonderful gemstones. These will be perfect for my energy realignment work. I wanted to thank you with this special gift. I hope you create some wonderful items with it. A sewing machine? Sheesh! That's so nice. That's so nice. What a nice gift. Okay. That can go right here. So you can like sit and work on the sewing machine. Place cloth or dyeable clothing in the feed and materials in the spool to begin tailoring. Can dye my bow. Wait, is this a feed? I mean, I don't want to dye these because they're like nice and pink. But it's good to know that I can. Do I have any ugly clothes that would look better dyed? What shoes am I wearing? I'm not even wearing shoes. No wonder. Okay, these genie shoes are my best options. Can I dye them so they're not purple? I can! Wait, how do I make them pink? What do I... Shoot. Materials. What? Egg. Man, I do not know how this works. Keep going until you win. Third time is a charm, surely? Oh my goodness. Wait, did you win? Let's go! This is so awesome. Surely the amount of points lost was negligible. Wait, actually, this is... Oh no, I was gonna say it's not that bad, but it kind of is that bad. I look like I'm wearing clown shoes. Shoot, I gotta find something pink to make it pink, I guess. What the? Come back out. Goober. Nugget. Ugh, I should have known. Nugget's always up to something. I need hay for the community center. Wait, 12. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna take this large egg and the hay to the community center. I'm gonna open the mystery box. I'm gonna give Pierre sashimi. Oh, I'm gonna get cows or some sort of creature. I heard there's rabbits in this game. I would quite like rabbits, but I don't know if rabbits go in a barn or something else. We will have to see. My goodness, so many coffee beans. I wonder if people like coffee as a gift. I surely have enough to give like everyone their own coffee. Or at least we're getting that way. I'm gonna put the row in here. I don't have use for it yet. Coffee beans. Egg. This stuff can be sold. Am I good otherwise? No apricot yet. No idea where the shadowy figure is. I could have swore the shadowy figure was Krobus. I've already been in the sewer and seen him. Yo! Why do I have a tapper that's just not being used? Well... It's a little bit of a yikes. Is that one? I think this is... oak resin? I think that's an oak. I think the maples have pointier branches. I don't know if I have a big enough one though. I have this. I think this is a fruit tree. Yeah, I can't even tap it. Oh well, we'll just double the oak resin until a pine tree or a maple tree grows. Speaking of which, you guys probably don't want to compete. Yup. Yup. Look, see, my horse is fine. He came back. He came back. He looks happy. Would you would you use Skinwalker powers on Haley? I think it depends on how it works. Like, does that kill the host? If it kills them, then probably not. But if it's just like I get to shapeshift into her, then like yeah, totally. Totally, that would be awesome. Oh wait, I have bait that I could put in there. Surely I'm not wasting this deluxe bait. Surely, surely it'll pull something that's not literal garbage. Surely. Oh, I put all those coffee beans away, but I could have planted some. There's quite a few seed gaps. Maybe that's a tomorrow problem. I swear she said she wanted to be one earlier, chat. Wait, don't explain yourself to make it look like you're not weird. That makes me look weird. Hmm. But yeah, if nobody dies, I would do it on anyone as long as it doesn't kill the person. I'm gonna turn Spotify back on. It's weirdly quiet again. I can finally go to sleep. Have a wonderful stream, Floss. Make sure to stretch once an hour or my vengeful spirit will get ya. Alright. I wouldn't want to get got. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. Good night. Community center, pier, blacksmith. And then maybe fishing? Oh my god, hi. You know, I'd eat healthier food if I could afford it. That's kinda real. Why is healthy food so it's so expensive? Everyone was recommending like protein powder and some other sort of powder. I was like, man, that would be so awesome. Why is it $40? I love being haunted? I do love being haunted. Well, I guess I don't know if I'm haunted or not. I don't know if I've ever been haunted. Like, maybe it sucks really bad. But as far as I know, I would love being haunted. But that doesn't mean I would kill somebody. So I keep trying to take sneaky bites of my rice, but then I have to chew it for like 30 seconds. So I feel like I just keep going quiet. My bad. Demon Gummies is such an awesome name. You're so right. Shout out to Demon Gummies. I would eat a Demon Gummy. Probably tastes awesome. Another beautiful day in Pelican Town. Yeah, I gotta turn this music off. Goofy. Oh. Those look like roosters. My friends. Aww. She likes the birds. Oh. Oh. Oh no, you poor thing. Your wing's broken. No. Little rooster creature. That's crazy that it's just letting her rocket. That's a really trusting bird. Or Emily's just got that dog in her. Oh, you're a bit different than the others, aren't you? Just like me. Aww. Don't worry. I'll nurse you back to health, little one. Everything will be alright. You don't know about Carrot's vengeful sphere? I mean... Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess I wouldn't really mind it. But vengeful kind of implies that, like, they're mad at me, right? I guess maybe an important caveat to wanting to be haunted is that I don't want the entity to, like, low-key hate me. Emily took the injured parrot into her home and bandaged the wing. How's Sebastian doing, actually? Still sulking in his room? That's pretty cool. Oh, I'll have to check on him. Last time I saw him, he was going into Sam's room for quote-unquote band practice. Eyebrow emoji. Other than that, I don't know what he's up to. He's all set up in her room, but as a token of respect, she didn't give the bird a name. Wait, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. I would definitely name a bird. Wait, hold on. Layered music. Here we go. We're listening to Bento Box Flow today. Okay. Who wanted sashimi? Oh, it's Pierre. Alright. Alright. Looking for a leek to enjoy with some fresh bread? What kind of Great Depression meal is that? I don't know if I have a leek, but I'll pretend I do. I'll hope that I do. Oh, no one can stay mad at you for that long. Australia will only be for a day. Wait, that's such a nice thing to say. Oh my goodness, I hope that's true. I sincerely hope that's true. I don't know who Sam is. I only know about Sebastian, I fear. Oh, Sam is like low-key my favorite. He's got fluffy blonde hair and like a ripped up jacket. He kinda, I don't know. He's like a skater boy, like a little bit awkward. I really like him. I'll show him to you. Oh, hi. Oh my god, hi. Welcome. If you're looking for seeds, you come to the right place. Man, I'm trying to talk to you regular style. You do not have to plug your business every sentence. It's about time. I was starting to get the shakes. I wanted this fish so bad. Munch. Now that's good. I don't like Pierre. What do you mean you were getting the shakes, you goober? Thanks, Frosty. I'm leaving. That was weird. It's like, I want to see. Wait, here's Sam. This is Sam. Look at Sam. Hey, how's it going? Ah, he's so cute. He's kind of got a similar vibe to Kazuichi in a way. Like a little bit different, but like kind of I don't really know what you call that type of person. But whatever that type of person is, I like it. Are they a worthy band member? Will the musical skills be a match for Sebastian's angsty emo lyrics? I don't know. I think Sam plays the guitar, and Abigail, the goth girl, plays the drums. And then Sebastian does the keyboard? I might be wrong, but I think that's how it is. Which one of these NPCs would you recommend I romance? Let me look. Let me look at the singles. I haven't romanced everyone, so I don't really know how they like develop or how they are as like a partner. But I feel like maybe you would like Abigail. She's kind of sweet. She's sweet and awkward, but also like really cute also. He looks like all those Dragon Ball Z people. Yo! Man, don't say that. How do you describe Elliot's vibe? Pompous. Like, he feels very performative. I don't really mean that as a bad thing. Like, he's cool, but I don't know. Anyone who goes up to you and it's like, I was writing poetry by the ocean today. You know, it kind of, I don't want to say hopeless romantic, because he's not hopeless. Maybe just romantic is the word. Very, very romantic. Very, very, carries himself well. Last night I practiced guitar for 4 hours straight. My fingers hurt like crazy. Man, I like this guy a lot. Okay, let me go to the blacksmith. I'm very sorry to say this, but the first thing I would say to describe Kazuichi's vibe is almost himbo, but I oh nah. Listen, he's hot, but like not in like a buff masculine way. Listen, justice for lanky boys. I like I like lanky, tall, awkward boys with long hair. Hmm. It's almost himbo, but not that hot. Does that just mean stupid? Maybe that's kind of real. Maybe I like him a little head empty. I don't know. I don't know. They're just so cute. The trees look nice today, don't they? Spending time in nature is very rewarding. I mean, imagine going up to someone and they're like, the trees look nice today. I think that deserves a daffodil. This is a really nice gift, thank you. I'm glad somebody likes it. I gave Sebastian something and he was like, what the hell? I think. Oh, maybe I didn't, because there's nothing that says hated items. He loves frozen tears. He likes coffee and quartz. Need to give him more things. Oh, yeah, he hated when I gave him a daffodil. And a sweet pea. This guy just doesn't like flowers, I guess. Sigh. Oh, I forgot I have a raffle ticket. I agree with you, because Hero is also that. He's just stupider, so he gets the title, I think. Yeah, I think they're like different degrees of stupid. Like, no offense, but Hero is like really, really out there. I heard there's a spirit made out of potatoes that really packs a wallop, if you know what I mean. Mind dropping a few taters into a keg and bringing me Patrick to you? I wish it said how many. I have kegs and I have taters. But if she wants like 12, I don't think I got that in 14 days. I require assistance in tracking down the rare and dangerous prismatic slime in the local caves. Bring me a jar of its prismatic jelly and you'll be duly rewarded. I've never seen a prismatic slime before. I don't know which one is harder. They both seem hard. It's the pink hair, I bet. Imagine if he didn't dye his hair. No, I think even if he had like black or brown or blonde hair, I think he'd still look awesome. He might look a little bit not as good because his outfit is so bright, but then his hair is also bright, so it like works. But if he had like a highlighter colored like tracksuit with brown hair, it wouldn't be as swag. But I don't know. I really like him. And he's got shark teeth. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Did you just say
Oh,
taters?
yeah, that's what Pam called them. Look. How would you say it? Tatters? Totters? He should have been in the Barbie movie, I swear. Ugh. Agree. Mm, I'll see if I can find the prismatic jelly. I mostly just like the idea of finding a rainbow thing. I will try my best. I mean, I don't even know what floor they spawn on. Surely, surely it'll just come to me. Whoa! Look at stars! Read this to gain some experience in all skills. That's so awesome! Yo! Yo! Wow. Amazing. You want this? I don't really want this. This is a fun gift, thanks. Be glad you're a farmer, Frosty. It's nicer to work outdoors than by a hot furnace all day. He's like almost likable, but then he just complains every time you talk to him. Not even in like a sad boy edgy way. In like a... I don't know. in a not fun way. I just wanted to say something silly. Well, admittedly, hearing Taters in the TTS voice did make me smile. That was kind of awesome. Oh my, what a lovely day. I hope I'm just like Evelyn when I'm an old granny. I want to bake cookies and do gardening and I don't know, be nice to people. Okay. Hay and large egg. I think they're up here. Oh, I have cloth in my chest somewhere. Maybe hay's in the other one. Wait, I was gonna get creatures today. I wonder if Marnie's still home. Probably not. That girl does not work very long at all. Oh, $1,000. What is this? Oh yeah, fresh bread needs a leak. I think leeks are just in the ground. I don't think that's something you plant. Hopefully I'll see one. Whenever I'm struggling with a technical problem, I always take a walk. Aw, that's nice. That's a good stress relief. I should take more walks. I love walks. Should I even try to go to Marnie's? I don't think I'll get there at a reasonable time. I guess I'll look for my prismatic jelly. I don't really have any food, but you know, surely it'll be chill. It says local caves, so it's gotta be here somewhere. I imagine it's like on one of the bottom floors. If it's rare and also dangerous. Well, maybe it's cooked. Oh, some nice geodes though. If nothing else. And some gold. And a bunch of little guys. Bunch of little guys, but no rainbow slimes. Well, I guess it drops rainbow jelly. I don't know if the slime itself is rainbow. But surely if it's called prismatic, it would look, you know, more than just red. Maybe I'll kill every slime I see just in case. Yo! That kinda hurt. That kinda hurted. Oh, this looks promising. It wasn't promising. Got like 9 rocks. 7 rocks, even worse. Oh well. I guess I'm appreciative for the rocks. What? Spooky. Wonderful. Okay. Maybe it's not worth it to just attack every slime. Although, I guess there's like the Adventure Guild thing. Yo! It's the Rat Dance song, but it's not slowed. Oh yeah, I'm feeling inspired. 'Cause Ooh, some coal. Oh wow, a lot of coal. Yippee! Some more geodes. Wow, what a bountiful harvest. Oh, hello. I should check the Adventures Guild to see how many little critters I even need. I gotta be pretty close to some of them. Surely. Yo! Yo! Ruby. Bow, 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 bow. Ba-da, bow, 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 bow. Ba-da, bow, 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 bow. Excuse me. No slimes down here. No slimes down here neither. Oh, the bottom. Oh man. Sigh. Maybe they spawn on any floor. Maybe I should look it up. I'd hate to do all this work and then it'd be like, oh, they only spawn exclusively on the 67th floor, actually. Stardew Valley Wiki. Prismatic slime. Oh, okay. It's like an RGB fella. It's a special monster that can be found in the mines, quarry mine, or skull cavern on any level. Oh, who doesn't even have to just be on this one? Looks like a regular slime that changes color over time. The prismatic slime can appear when the mines are in either state, normal or dangerous. Each slime spawned in the mines, quarry mine, or skull cavern has around a 1.2% chance to be replaced with a prismatic slime, depending on daily luck. The exact chance is 0.012 plus daily luck divided by 10. Okay. That's some pretty low chances, huh? Well, I guess it's good that it can be anywhere. And it's good that it's, like, noticeable. I wonder if I have a ring or something that increases luck. Whoa! Angry. I don't think there's any on this level. A little box, though. Aww. Poor fella. Maybe I can give that to Sebastian and he won't remember that I gave him 2 things that he didn't like. Well, they can be on any level. And I guess there's no reason to not do the easy ones. Oh wow. Those slimes get one shot, huh? Not looking especially prismatic in here, I must say. Looking pretty reg. Oh, that's like literally leaving. Whoopsie. Hmm. Looking pretty rag in here too. Bow, 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 bow. Maybe tomorrow will be a luckier day. Oh wow. 2 pieces of wood. Just what I needed. Bow, 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 bow. Oh. Surely if this place is infested, surely there's gotta be a rainbow one. Hmm. Perhaps not. Oh my goodness. Ouch. Bow, 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 bow. This area is infested too. Oh my goodness. Bow, 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 bow. Oh. I don't need sap. Man, all of you swarms are just green, huh? Whoa. Okay. Tune stick? I think I don't need that. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, take me home. Leaving my horse by the lake again. Surely, like, it's a little adventure for him. Surely he loves it. I don't think I really need these minerals. I'm sending jades. I feel like I needed jades for something. But other than that, everything else can be sold. Bow, bow, bow. Going into bed with a bomb in my pocket, foe, today. Whoa, level 9 mining. Wow. I thought I was low-key level 10 mining. I thought the only thing I wasn't level 10 was combat. But maybe I misremembered. Hello, horse committee. I'm so cooked. Listen. The horses, I think they can do what they want. Sorry, this Eggman is not. He's like a little too close. If I move this over. Does that look Greg? He's still not quite centered. Maybe that's good. Yeah, I know the hotline is closed. This is urgent. Hours of the horse committee hotline. That's so awesome. Oh wait, can I dye my shoes? Ugh! Let me make my shoes pink or black or something. They have to match my pink outfit better. Grr. I can use random stuff as materials. Oh. I can turn my skirt gray with a rock. At least that's something. Or yellow? Or purple? I guess I could make my whole outfit purple to match my shoes. But I don't want that. I want pink. I want my full outfit to look matching. Hello, wife. I hope you've been practicing your moves. Tomorrow's the flower dance. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that. See if I kiss her head enough, she'll forget. Hi, Dad. Thank you for getting off first. Congratulations. Of course I know. I gotta report all these horses. God knows somebody does. Look, my horse has a swanky hat. Would a bad horse owner give their horse a swanky hat? No, they wouldn't. So I think your argument just doesn't even work. Top secret. Here's the recipe for my famous blueberry tart. Don't tell anyone. I'm giving it to you because we are such good friends. Wow. If it was anyone other than Pierre, I'd be happy. Dear Frosty, tomorrow we're all getting together for the flower dance. If you can find a partner, you might even want to participate in the dance yourself. There's a little clearing beyond the forest west of town where you hold the dance. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you're interested. Okay. What's your horse's name again? Why do you want to know, huh? Why do you want to know, huh? Is it because you're reporting me? Anyway, my horse's name is Big Fargle. Oh, sorry, just Fargle. There's no L here. We got fried rice, Big Fargle, nugget dinosaur, torch chicken, chickpea. Here, I'll even give them a carrot. If I have a carrot. Yeah, look, check this out. Look at how happy this horse is. See? A little heart emoji. That's a good sign. My pockets are so full. Okay. Maybe selling stuff would help. Wait, none of this is sell stuff. Ugh. So happy, yeah, see? I take great care of my horse. My horse is happy, don't even worry. I guess I'll start saving regular carrots for him. Okay, that goes to the mines. These can be planted. So, do stuff with. Oh, is this pale ale? Oh, it is! Pam's been wanting that. Right, swag. Spring onion. Oh, a leek! Somebody else wanted that. Oh my god, I'm gonna get so many quests done. Oops, that's not a seed. Yikers. It's okay. Okay, egg, go. Okay, ready to go. Shoot, 6 coffee seeds might not even be enough. Oh, it totally is. It exactly is. Let's go! Alright, we got one piece of literal garbage. And then the other things were regular. So I guess it worked out. My pocket's full again. I put trash in the trash can. Oh, the strawberries are done too, and I've got nowhere to put them. Well, I guess I can sell the mayo and honey and other stuff. I'll keep the strawberries. I kinda like the strawberries. Um, I like that they keep the bush. Hello, hello, fried rice. Oh my goodness, like creatures are everywhere. Yippee! Okay. All the animals have been taken care of. Oh my goodness. It's kind of hard to imagine doing this and then like also milking cows. But maybe by the time the cows are fully grown, I'll I'll be done with some of these cave related quests. Strawberries. Ah, I was gonna keep the carrot. Okay, whatever. I'm selling it. I'm selling it. It's fine. Alright, getting cows. And then doing other quests. Oh my goodness, hello. You can play with my dolls if you want to. Just make sure to brush their hair when you're done. That's so cute. I didn't know she was so diligent about her dolls. I feel like my doll's hair didn't get like that tangly. I also didn't use dolls too much. I more preferred stuffed animals in like Littlest Pet Shops. And, like animal toys rather than like doll toys. I feel like doll hair doesn't get tangled too bad. I only like brushed doll hair for like fun. I feel like it didn't really do anything. Oh, neighbor. Oh my goodness, do you want a dandelion? Do you... Do your... What? Do your... hats? Oh, do your hard to see features contribute to your Riz? I don't know. Maybe a little bit, because it's like a bit of an allure. Like the mystery... the mystery of not being able to know what's going on very much. Kind of like how if you wear a mask all the time, that kind of contributes to Riz, because it's like, ooh, I wonder what they look like underneath the mask, you know? But I guess that could also mean that you're a little bit chopped. It's a bit of a fine line. But I think for me, the answer is yes. I think everything contributes to my Riz. Yo! Closed for the day. It's just a random Tuesday. And tomorrow's the flower festival. So she's not gonna be open then either. Man, heck this. I'm gonna play with some dolls. I don't even see any dolls. Oh, here's a dollhouse. The little family is gathered around the dinner table. Wait, except Grandpa. He's wedged under the bed for some reason. Hmm. Do you think this contributes to anything, like, psychologically? I think Jazz does not like her grandpa very much. Interesting. New theory, Jazz killed her grandpa. Okay, Pam wanted this. Who wanted a leak? Jody? I'll go to Jody first. Oh. Hello, Sam. Hello, Samuel. I wonder if Sam is short for Samuel. Oh, hi, Frosty. I was just about to have a snack. Here, let me get something for you. Oh, so sweet. Oh, why did it splooge like that? Oh no, what a mess. Do you think he was gonna cook that egg for me, or do you think he was just gonna hand me a raw egg? Much to think about. What was that sound? This is absolutely terrible. What happened? Yo, take a chill pill, Mom. It's just one egg. Tell her, Frosty. Mm, should I be honest, or should I take the fall for him? I think he'd probably prefer if I took the fall for him. He just seems like that kind of fella. I'll do that. I don't really care about dropping an egg. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh look, he's just throwing me under the bus. It's fine. He's allowed to do that. He's allowed to do that because he's cute. Thanks for telling me the truth, Frosty. It's not such a big deal. I'm sorry about this, Mom. I'll clean it up. Aw, she's happy. Thanks, honey. At least he offered to clean it up. I think that's a good trade-off. Like, his mom doesn't have to be mad at him, but then he has to clean it up. Hmm. Hello. The whole family's here. Sigh. Mom won't let me have any more gummies today. Demonic gummies. Sorry about what happened earlier. Oh my god, it's fine. You want some soda pop? Thanks, I really like this. This is so awesome. Things haven't changed much since I've been gone. Well, except that you're here. Do you want a dandelion? Or are you gonna hate me for that? That's kind of you. The family will like this. Wait, that's kind of cute. He's gonna share his flower with the family. Wait, where's Jody? I have a leek for her. She was just here. Maybe she's shopping. I guess I'll go to Pam first. What are the chances that Pam is home? Ugh, it's so dirty in here. It's really not that bad. There is suspicious substance on the couch. Well, and this chair as well. Which I feel like would suck to clean. But like the random shirt and clothes on the floor. It's just like 3 things. There's no dishes in the sink. Maybe there's plates on the counter. I don't know, I feel like everything looks fine. Frosty, sorry that it's such a mess. I was about to clean up. Hello? Oh. You'll help me? You really mean it? Okay, you can get started over there. I'll clean the kitchen. That's cute. I do really like going over to people's houses and like helping them out. I don't know. Like I think it takes a lot of motivation for me to do my own laundry. But I really like going over to my friends' houses and like doing their laundry with them, you know? Same with like dishes and stuff. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot easier to do work when it's for someone else. Oh my god, she's seething. What do you think you're doing? Stop it. I had everything just the way I like it. 2 dirty plates on the counter was how you like it? Yikes. Mom, the house is a total mess. Rusty and I were just trying to tidy things up a bit. Wow, she's so calm, cool, and collect. I feel like if somebody was like shaking with anger at me, I would I would lose my marbles. Sniff sniff. Were you at the saloon just now? You smell like beer. Ah, this is awkward. I literally came here to give her the beer that she asked for. It's none of your damn business where I go. It is my business. I don't want you destroying yourself. Don't you realize your choices have an effect on me? Stop being so selfish. Oh my god. Selfish? I put a roof over your head and clothes on your back, and you call me selfish? You ungrateful little. Hey, this is so rough. You'd better go. I'm sorry you had to see this, kid. I kinda don't want to leave Penny here. She's a nice young lady. But I don't want you telling others to clean up my house. It's embarrassing. You understand? Man, it's her house too. Yes, mother. Poor Penny. Oh. Wait, maybe maybe I haven't been to this trailer for a long time. It seems like it's going through a lot of cutscenes. Plus, you came at a good time. I just about finished cooking a new recipe I invented. Let me just finish up real quick. Why does it sound like the punching monsters noise? Here, give that a little taste. Oh, it looked colorful. Oh my god. At least I got 17 energy. Well, lie. That was delicious. Can I get the rest to go? Well, it's definitely unique. How did you get it so rubbery? That is kind of messed up. Hmm. I don't want to hurt her feelings. But I kind of don't want to say it was delicious and then she, like, keep giving it to me. Hmm. I really don't want to hurt her feelings, though. I guess I'm a liar foe today. You really mean it? Thank you. It's such a relief to hear that. Oh. I've been working so hard on this recipe, and I'm really proud of it. Maybe it's a good recipe, and, you know, my taste buds are just, you know, not aligned with it. Maybe it's got, like, onions or garlic in it or something. Hey, since you're the first person to try it, I'm gonna name this one Chili de Frosty. That was chili? It was like blue. Um, so how about we watch a movie or something? Aw, cute. Dinner and a movie. Does my wife know about this? Not that you can't have dinner and a movie with someone when you're married, but that feels like slightly romantic. Thanks for being my taste tester. You're so welcome. Where's your mom? Oh, your mom has work. Guess I should check the bus stop, huh? Hello. You want some alcohol while you're at your driving job? Give me that. Ah, that's the stuff. It's real nice and hoppy. Notes of citrus and pine, but with a robust body to keep it grounded. Thanks, kid. This means a lot to me. I knew I could count on you. Wow. A bit of an enabler, huh? Okay. Still need that leak. And these trees are so mossy. Like every single one. I guess I haven't demossed them in a while. Oh, I still need to figure out that moss soup thing. Must be a recipe from the kitchen. Alright, if I was Jody, where would I be? Oh, they're at yoga. That's so cute. Here, you can have some random flowers. I do all my grocery shopping here. I don't like him. I don't like him one bit. Hi, Jody. I have a leak for you. Oh. Hey, so you saw the ad I posted. It looks perfect. Here's a little something for your trouble. Thank you! Oh, my arms feel like gelatin. Nothing is more sad than an injured animal. Why is she just saying that? Does she know that I saw her with the bird? Oh, hi, Icy. Pika. I hope your Monday's going good. I hope work was good if you're off work now. You're looking really fit, Jody. Those dumbbells do wonders, don't they? Are you satisfied with the new barn? I'm sure you'll raise some very happy livestock in there. I'm going to sleep well tonight. I want to work out with the ladies. That's so cute. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, hello. Don't mind my husband, George. He isn't very friendly to strangers. Are we strangers? I feel like I've known him for a whole year now. Looks like another gloomy day. You want a beer? Thanks. He liked it. That's funny. Excuse me. Excuse me, fella. Oh, I kind of forgot Alex existed. The beach is a cool place to hang out and soak up some rays. Makes sense to me. Alfred got home before the storm hit, hoping power doesn't flicker. Oh, I also hope your power doesn't flicker. That wouldn't be very fun. It's storming here too, but I don't know. It doesn't seem very windy. So, I think my power will be alright. I guess fingers crossed, huh? Alright. Ugh, the blacksmith is closed. I got 1 billion geodes in my pocket. Maybe the museum is still open. Oh wait, I needed to look for prismatic jelly. Whoops. Forgot what this has all been about. Alright, here's a scroll. They should all be together. Dwarvish Translation Guide teaches you Dwarvish. Maybe... I don't really know what that's for. I think there's a dwarf in the cave, maybe. Maybe I can talk to him now? Oh, excuse me. Hello. Do I know what you're saying now? Cave carrot stew, cave carrot roast, cave carrot soup, and cave carrots au gratin. That's all. I know your language and you're just talking about carrots now? Thought you'd have a quest for me or something. And a ramekin of cave carrot brulee to sweeten the night. What? Oh. You're a shop. Weathered floor. Stone cairn. Cairn? Don't really know what that is. The scarecrow's cute though. Dwarvish safety manual. Bombs deal 25% less damage to you. That sounds awesome. Save the other stuff for later, I guess. We've learned a new power. Can I see what powers I have? I guess not. Got 2 startups though. That's fun. Alright, let me see if I can find the slime. I didn't leave myself a lot of time, but I think that's okay. Oh, yippee. Okay. 1 regular green slime. Yup. I got a cherry bomb. Surely it won't flicker. Surely. Surely you're manifesting it. I guess there's supposed to be storms like across the country. Or at least on the East Coast. I guess I don't know for the West Coast. But I know some people who are pretty up north of me having storms too. I don't know, I think it's really fun when there's a big storm. Because it's like, whoa, it's raining for you and it's raining for me. That's kind of awesome. Doesn't happen too often. Yo, a little hot dog. Oh, I'm slow. Okay. Why are none of you prismatic? Can I make a lucky sort of ring? Thorns ring. Glowstone ring. Sturdy ring. Sheesh. Ring of Yoba? Warrior ring. Nothing to increase luck, I guess. Huh. Sigh. What's a girl gotta do to find a prismatic slime? I can only hope. We're all hoping for ya. It's really fun when there's a storm. Because they give it a name. Oh, does this one have a name? I don't know. I know hurricanes have names. I don't think this is a hurricane situation though. Maybe it is. I don't really know what causes big ol' storms. It's not really my business. I was also gonna check the Adventures Guild. See how many enemies I needed slain. I guess I'll do that before it becomes too late. Surely there's not a slime that I'm gonna miss out on. Surely I just wouldn't have seen it anyway. And it's so chill and okay. Oh my goodness, crickets. I haven't heard crickets in a while. Need them to come back for real, for real. Come back when you got something to show me, kid. Oh my god, I need to kill 1,000 slimes and I don't even have 300. I only need 20 more bats. And like 40 bats, 20 skeletons. A billion dust sprites. Oh wow, that's gonna take forever. Well, back at it. I guess I should be fighting every slime I see. So that old man Gil is proud of me. I crave grumpy person validation. I love when I hear on the news about a storm. And it's really scary, and then the name is just like a guy. Like, why is North America getting destroyed by Trent? I don't know why they name him like that. But at least for hurricanes, they name them alphabetically, and then they swap back and forth between masculine and feminine names. So like, the first hurricane of the year could be like Alexandria, but then the next one will be like Brent, and it'll just keep going like that. Which is really surprising to me, because I feel like sometimes I hear about really bad hurricanes and it's like Katrina or something like that, and it's like, whoa, you're telling me there is like 19 hurricanes before this one? Sheesh. Slimeless, what the hell? The hurricanes you hear about are the ones that are heavy in destruction. I guess that makes sense. But I guess I'm just surprised that you don't hear about the other ones. Like, isn't a hurricane kind of a big deal? Why wouldn't it just, like, always be on the news anytime there's a hurricane? I don't know. Obviously, Katrina is the famous one, but, like, that's such a royal name. I can believe Katrina destroyed city, but Ian? Ian isn't doing anything. Poor Ian, sheesh. I kind of agree with you, though. Katrina is the name of my cousin, so anytime I hear about Hurricane Katrina, I think of her. But that is a really pretty name. I quite like that one. Ugh. Hurricane ain't a big deal if it doesn't affect you. Really? I guess that makes sense. Oh no. Whoops, that's not where I meant to go. That's not where I meant to go either. Oh, my poor horse. Sorry, buddy. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get you home in time. You're gonna have to find your own way. Okay. Keep everything else. Ah, my sword looks awesome. I want to go to the Calico Desert. Think about getting that butterfly hutch. Stretch! Thank you for the stretch! Ugh. Huh. Yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee! Hold on, let me check this wiki one more time. 1.2% chance. Huh. Huh. I mean, a 1% chance to find it is kinda crazy. But, surely they wouldn't give it a quest that's, like, impossible to do. I don't know. Hydrate too. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoa. Not heard a rooster in a while. Oh, I thought maybe I could look at her things. But maybe not. I can sit at her makeup vanity. I can use her makeup. Oh, I want to, like, read what her little photos are. Also, why is there a plant here? I feel like I would have put it in the corner. Not in the middle of the room. Oh well. Okay. First priority is cows. Second priority is slimes. Oh, I said thank you for the hydrate. I didn't even do it. My bad. Chapstick applied. Ready to take on the day. I got up early to water some crops, and they were already done. You really got this place under control. That's so cute. Thank you. But listen, I appreciate you, but I can't help but notice there are some crops unwatered. Maybe she only looked at the first row and was like, oh, they're already watered. It would have been kind of helpful if she watered those ones. But I'm not complaining. Sorry about what happened at my place yesterday. My mom can get into bad moods sometimes. Please just forget it happened. Penny. Ooga. That's rough. Sorry, Penny. Hey, kid. Here's a recipe for a little treat our Pappy used to make. Cook it slow. From Pam and it's stuffing. That's crazy that they both wrote a letter to me. But the one who apologized was not the one who caused the scene. Interesting. 2 hardwood. Comes after gold. I imagine iridium. I think I have like 2 iridium bars. Need to work on getting more. I don't even know if you can upgrade to iridium. But that sure would be nice. For these big stumps at least. Is this mahogany or is this a fruit tree as well? I didn't know what fruit trees I planted. I wish I could check. Oh yo, this tree grew. It's nice. Oh, the flower dance has begun in the forest. Whoops. I low-key forgot about that. Priority is no longer cows. Tomorrow is cow day for sure. Surely. Oh, the bowl is still watered. I guess when it rains, the bowl stays like that. That's nice. Do I need that many daffodils? Like, probably not. But my wife likes them, so I'll keep them. Okay. Selling these. Selling all this. Kinda like run out of blackberries. I guess that's what they're there for, huh? Okay, selling this. Cook anything? I can cook some gold. Oh, I have enough bat wings for the butterfly thing. But I'll have to do that later. Oh shoot, I should have got some beans from the chest. Oh, wait, this whole thing is just gonna be coffee beans. I guess that's chill. I don't know if I need so many coffee beans. I guess I got nothing better I need to plant. Coffee Empire. Okay, I'm not gonna plant them here though. Yo, what a good song. Something about playing Stardew Valley while it's raining is so... I don't know. Like, this is what it's all about. This is truly the peak human experience. Okay. Saving carrots for horse. This is all goofy. Okay. Selling all that. Okay. I can't miss the festival. Because my wife really likes it. Oh, a late one. You can be strawberry. One strawberry jam, please. I was gonna save the carrots. I didn't even put them away. It's fine. Here you go. Carrots. 5 carrots. Take one for my horse. Bam. Cute. Did I pet you? Did I pet my chickens? Huh. I guess I somehow pet 2 of them. 3 of them. Huh. Just missed one, I guess. Did I go in here today? I didn't. When did I pet those babies? Okay. I guess so. Alright. Off to festival. I'm wearing a good outfit and everything. Surely my wife will be so happy. Bow, bow, bow. Oh. My horse! My horse go. Okay. That's fine. Don't know why they need to fence us in for the flower festival. Feels a little ritualistic. I will question it though. Ooh. I think I got this same flower last year. I don't think I need any of this. Oh, my wife likes some sunflowers though. So I guess I'll get some of those. Ceiling leaves. Maybe those will look good together. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. Aye, these waters be teeming with big fish. Shame I didn't bring me rod. God, what a fake fisherman. Doesn't keep that rod on. Rod? Doesn't keep that rod on him. Upside down! Okay. It's the flowers! They're like, we have to lock you in here for our summer festival. But don't worry, it's just so that, you know, the flowers are safe. I've never seen Midsummer, like the movie, but I have to imagine it's kind of that vibe. You know, it's like, oh, welcome to our community. We're having this little festival. And then there's like low-key scary stuff, but don't worry about that. I don't know. I read the Wikipedia page for that one because I was interested in it, but I didn't want to watch gore. You know, if it was a book, I would read it. Is it a book? I don't know. I don't know. Upside down. Sheesh. Have you tried the dandelion salad? I prepared it fresh right here. You made it here? You didn't bring it with you? Did you wash your hands? We are in the middle of a forest. What do you mean you just made a salad? You like bring your salad bowl with you to this event? Strange. Strange town. If you spend some time pondering the hardships of life, it can put things into perspective. Suddenly, dancing in front of the whole town in an ill-fitting suit doesn't seem so bad. Oh, I did not know where he was going with that. I'm glad that it tied together. It can be a little nerve-wracking to ask someone to dance with you. Oh my god, I'm not gonna... Could you imagine? Like, I have an entire wife and this is her favorite holiday. And I'm like, yeah, so Maru, will you dance with me? That would be so cruel. The key to dancing is to have confidence. Today is the big day. We'll be the centerpiece of the whole dance. Cute. If there's a flower queen, there must be a flower king. Aw, he wants to be the flower king? That's so cute. Sniff. I'd enjoy this get-together more if it wasn't for my allergies. I'll just have to suck it up. And to ask me to dance with him. Isn't that cute? Ah, that is cute. Flowers? More like bumblebee magnets. Can't smell much anyway. God, what a hater. I used to visit this spot when I was younger. It hasn't changed much over the years. I think Evelyn is like the gardener of the community. Like, I'm pretty sure she does the flower arrangements for these events. So for her husband to stand right in front of her and be like, I don't like flowers. Gosh. I hope he trips. I hope he falls out of his wheelchair. Did you have a successful salmonberry harvest? I picked enough to make it sweet and tangy jelly. I brought some today for everyone to taste. Yo, that's so Midsummer mention? There's a flower queen in Midsummer, by the way. Coincidence? I think not. Wait, there is? Are we in Midsummer right now? No, I don't want to like spoil it in case anyone planned on watching it. But I don't remember too much about it from reading the Wikipedia page. But I think the ending is pretty like crazy. Do you think we're gonna do that here? You think there's a fire here? I couldn't find any clean shirts, so this one has to do. You're wearing your work uniform to the flower festival. You couldn't just like do your laundry. Unlucky. Unfortunate. This open field is perfect grazing land for livestock, wouldn't you agree? Good afternoon, Frosty. The weather for today's festivities couldn't be more perfect. Come talk to me when you're ready to start the ceremony. Giggle. Am I doing it right? Yeah, you dance, girl. You're looking so cute. I didn't come here by choice. What the? If you didn't come here by choice, who dragged you? Oh my god. Was it him? That's my headcanon. They should make the seniors dance this year. I bet they'd love it. I think George would throw a big fit. Seen any bears around? Not recently. Not recently. But we are in the forest, so probably more likely than you'd think. I really feel connected with nature, this far away from town. To dance among a whimsical backdrop of flowers is an uplifting experience. Everyone is partnered up, and here I am alone once again. Girl, oh well, I'll just drown my sorrows with some of that sweet and tangy jelly. Man, he feels like the type of person who'd be like, I'm a nice guy. Why won't you date me? He's having fun. He's just pretending. Oh my god, wait, you're right. He's kind of eating it up. I just know it. No judo today? No. Low-key, my friend has been sick for a while. And I don't want to go without her. Like, I probably should go, but, you know. I just go to the gym by myself instead. I think going to a partner kind of thing alone is intimidating. I'm a little shy. One of my favorite parts of that movie, not a spoiler, is when one of them accidentally pees on the sacred ancestral tree. That's crazy. Oh. Oh, unlucky. Why would you pee on a tree in the first place, though? Like, I know, you know, sometimes you just gotta go outside. But, like, on a tree? I don't know. I think you should do it, like, in the dirt. That's just me, though. I want tangy jelly. Yeah, I do too. Jelly is so good. Jelly is so good. Don't listen to this mixed salsa anti-jelly propaganda. Jelly is freaking awesome. I'd ask my husband to dance, but he doesn't really know how. Dance with your girlies. I guess they all have husbands. Unlookers. Yo! Thank you for the hero chicken tikka plus paneer curry with veg and rice. Yeah! Oh my goodness, I had veg and rice as well. Except for mine had a little bit of chicken. No curry. Or like the tikka stuff. It was just like stir fry style chicken. But twinsies on the rice and veg. I love rice and veg. That's what I'm saying. You're living in an open field. Why piss on this one log? Very unavoidable plot point, but I like it. Mm, mm. Was it was it a man who did it? I don't know. Maybe there's just a masculine urge to pee on things. Maybe I just will not ever understand that one. We're twinning. Oh yeah. Wait, is that the smell of flowers or is it Caroline's perfume? See, I think they should dance together. I think they're vibing together. I think, you know, your husband doesn't want to dance. You're liking the way she smells. And then her husband is like working. So I think they should just all dance together. I have special earrings I only wear once a year for this event. Ooh, they're little daffodils, see? Ah, that's so cute! That's so cute. Daffodil earrings. Can a man confirm this? Of course it was a man. Any men in chat? Any men in chat who are willing to disclose this information? Hold your cursor like in Slay the Spire 2 co-op. Oh my god, I'm blushing right now. Wait, you're on mobile, aren't you? If anybody is not on mobile, if anybody is on their computer right now, can you put your little cursor on top of mine? And then we can like be holding cursors. That's pretty cute, huh? Minute chat, would you piss on the ancestral walk? Confirm, please. Yeah. It's so awesome. It's so awesome. Thank you. Minute chat, do you get the urge to piss on things? Ugh, man, I really wish I could be answering these questions. I got nothing. No, perhaps we should all give peeing on a tree a try. It's surely better than escargot. That's your scale? Your scale is escargot is the worst thing, and then immediately after that is peeing on a tree. Mm. I guess I'm not like crazy opposed to it. I just don't really. I don't know. It seems a little like not fun. What is the pinned message? Also, yes. Wait, Kyrie, are you saying? Are you speaking like you? You would piss on the ancestral log? The holy Swedish tree. Would you pee on it? Okay. Do I have a mod in chat? Hero Hom's on their phone. Hold on. Sigh, I'll make a poll. Sigh, would you pee on the ancestral log? Alright, let's settle this. You don't have to be a man to answer this poll. We can all answer this poll for nice data collection. I would pee on nothing with holy in the title. Really? Not to be edgy, but I mean, I don't really want to pee on anything in particular. Like, I just don't have that urge. But if I was gonna pee on something, I think I would be more inclined to pee on it if it said it was holy. Just to be edgy like that. Thought I saw something moving across the water. See, I feel like Marlin would probably pee on the tree. But maybe he's too, like, honor bound. Much to think about. He definitely would. Do you ever wonder, why do we find flowers beautiful? If Jody and I ever have a daughter, maybe we'll name her after a flower. Wait, that's kind of cute! Wait, Jody's her husband? Wait, who's Pierre's husband? Wife, sorry. Oh, Caroline is... Oh, Pierre and Caroline are together. I low-key forgot about that. For Allah? Oh, thank you. Shrimp coming in clutch. On one hand, the guy in the film didn't know it was holy. But on the other hand, it was the type of guy who would 100% do it, even if he knew. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to answer this poll. I think I low-key think it depends for me. Much to consider. Yes, dear. Oh my goodness. Will you be my dance partner? My days of being flower queen are over. So it's a bittersweet dance for me. But yes. Wait, why are her days of being flower queen are over? Why are they over? Does it have to be like an unmarried woman or some shit? I don't like traditions like that. I think she should still be the queen forever. She's my queen. Alright, let's start the dance now. So beautiful. Oh, I turned the in-game music off, so they're just dancing to Opening Time by Sakura Cloud. Unless you're watching the VOD, then they're dancing and there's no any sound in the background, and it's just kind of awkward. Kind of awesome, though. Aw, so cute. Wait, I like how Abigail winks. Aw. Wait, she still has a flower crown on her head. I thought that was for the flower queen only. Maybe she's just being dramatic. Maybe she is the flower queen. That was fun. Time to go home. Wow, that was so fun. 10 p.m. Man, the sun was just out. Okay. Let me make some mail and then I'll try to decorate for my beautiful princess. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Hi, Dilsey. In midsummer, the flower queen had to go around the whole field and bless the crops. Can we do that here? Man, I hope so. I think my flower queen is in bed right now. But surely she blessed the crops. Just like with her presence, because she's so awesome. And I love her so much. Yarp. I have so many bombs in my pocket. What's up with that? What is up with that? Oh, that egg needs to stay here. No, then some guy will come along and pee on the whole field. Oh. Wait, that's a good point. That is an excellent point. If anyone pees on this field, I'm killing ya. I'm killing ya. Let's bless some crops, chat. What's a blessing that you can say? I bless you, little crops. I'd bless some crops, but not all. Like, beets don't need you. Yo, what do you got up against beets? Surely they're trying their best. Okay, check this out. She's gonna love this. Do you love it? I think she loves it. Oh, cutesy! Sunflowers are her favorite, so surely she's eating this up. Or she will when she wakes up and sees it. It tied? Ooh, wait! Why did it tie? They can beat it? Ha ha ha. Dilsey. I'd bless corn all day, though. Corn is pure of heart, but not pure of mind, and I like that. Hey, Fix, what does that even mean? Can you tell me the difference between the corn's mind and the corn's heart? I I don't think I've got that dog in me. But you really are destined to be with Hero, huh? Pee on half of the log? I feel like that still counts on... I feel like any droplet counts as peeing on it. I don't know. I voted yes. I voted yes, but not because I want to. Just because of, like, the principle of the matter. Like, I don't want to, but I would. Does that make sense? What kind of dirty things goes on in Corn's mind? Probably tax evasion. I should get a nuzzle emote like these. But it's just me nuzzling me. That's so cute. I'm sure that wouldn't be too hard to do. Because you could just commission yourself nuzzling one way and then ask the artist if it's chill to, like, flip it. And then you just have both sides. Bam, bam. You nuzzling shrimp bot? What does shrimp bot look like? Is it a shrimp? Oh my god, the bookseller's in town. Hey babe, did you love the decorations I got for you? Hello? Oh man, my wife's gone. This really is midsummer, huh? Would effing Jesus let... Wait, why? Why did you... Okay. Let these plant boys and girls prosper in it, love. You got it, Big J. I will burn that orphanage. Capiche, Toots? I know you got a pair of those on you, huh, Jess? Yeah, these plants gonna grow all good and happy now. You know God makes rain, makes corn, and all that jazz. Now go get a hot dog, you hear, partner? These bambinas don't know what's coming when I come by. The cacti yarg, a pirate's life is good. Jesus. Amen. That was awesome. Thank you. Someone who is pure of heart is very nice. But if they're not pure of minds, then they're not completely innocent. Like, they know the horrors and hidden delights of the world. Wait, that's kind of nice. I kind of vibe with that. Like, you know that bad things are happening, but you still have love in your heart. I think that's quite nice. Shrimpbot is me, but with dull joints, flat-chested, and programmer socks. Are the socks important to the character design? I lost the sub. Aw, you lost the sub. Man, it is so sad. It is so sad. Sigh. Now you're in, like, the temporal loop. You're not aging anymore. I said Grace on the dinner table. Jeez. Must not act them out, so I will in Discord. What am I acting out? I read it nicely. Oh, the accents. Listen, I didn't know when the accent shifts were. I was just reading and hoping for the best. Hey, I found this in a drawer somewhere. Thought you could use it, Pam. Is this vitamins? Oh, energy tonic. That's nice. Thank you for giving me this random stuff you found in a drawer. The socks are super important? What is a programmer sock? Does it just say, like, hello world on the sock or what? We gotta make sure the farm is cute. That might be important. Right, honey? Yo, I put a flower here. And a bunny over here. Are you saying the farm's not cute? Okay, you. You think a Christmas tree would make her happy? Don't worry. Don't worry, babe. I'll make the farm cute. Oh, yeah. Looking good. Okay, I have got to get cows today. We've been waiting too long. I want cows now. Thigh highs? Sheesh. Wait, I love thigh high socks. My favorite, my favorite. I would like more pairs, but I feel like they're quite hard to find. I just got one. just got one foe today. But if anyone has any good sock store recs, the only one I know is Hot Topic. So hit me up if you got other places to find socks. Okay, I said grace for realsies. Your plants are blessed. You're welcome. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. I'm sure all my little coffee beans are gonna go crazy sicko mode now. Oh, I need a mill. How do I get a mill? Probably have to build it, huh? Whoops. Okay. There's so much work to do always. Going to ask you about the lore eventually. Wait, is the lore not out yet? Shrimp lore coming soon. Coming soon, perhaps, maybe. Chickapee. Yo, what if there's a sock monkey that with thigh eyes? And it was like a diva thoughts? That would go crazy. I've only seen sock monkeys that were made out of like the red-heeled socks. Can you know how sock monkey mouths are usually red? I've only seen sock monkeys with like red mouths. But I'm very intrigued by this idea. Whoops. Okay, the actual reason is I wrote Shrimpbot to be a femboy. His gender is actually a secret fourth thing. I thought it'd be funny. No budget for lore. So paid enough. That's kind of real. I feel you there. Shrimpbot femboy slave stations turned on? Yeah. Yeah, if that's the case, then I think thigh-high programmer socks. That's kind of awesome. That's kind of freaking awesome. Dairy cow. I want rabbits. Can I make my barn into a big barn? Do I have to go in order? I guess it'd be fine to have a cow. Choose a barn for your new white cow. Okay, Zicardo kind of sucks. Does anybody have a nice cow name? I think I'm only gonna have one cow. Maybe two, so she doesn't get lonely. I don't think I want a full thing of cows. Too much work, you know? And I want room for other animals if I can upgrade my barn. Their mouths are red because it's full of human flesh. You get pigs in this game. I think you can get pigs in this game. I've never got any though. Also their mouths are not red because it's full of human flesh. That's a little crazy. Hold on, there's a special sock. It's called hold on. They're Rockford socks. Also called Nelson socks. They were like brown with the red heel. So that's why sock monkeys look like that. It's kind of surprising that it's just that one brand of socks that made sock monkeys so popular. I don't know why there's not like Pikachu sock monkeys. But I think they should go for it. I think there should be more sock options for monkeys. Mustafer? Mustafer, what the? You just want everything to be evil, huh? I got a name. Wait, Apex, what's your name idea? Listening ears on. Another thing Shrimpbot can say is, guys, Shrimp wrote me to be a femboy. Sad emoji. I didn't want this. Sad emoji. Well, that's too damn bad. Poor Shrimpbot. Wait, I'm gonna be not upside down. Bop, 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 bop. I kinda forgorped. I want you to get 2 pigs named Napoleon and Snowball, and change your farm's name to Animal Farm. Dilsey, I think you should get this game, and then you can run your own Animal Farm situation. But I want I want my farm animals to be happy and healthy and not have any classism going on, perhaps. Okay, there we go. Hold on, I gotta plug my headset in too. I think you should name her Lulabelle the Third. That's the cow that's on the cover of Pink Floyd's album, Adam Hart Mother. Truly a cow icon. That's so cute. Okay, hold on. Okay. Plugged in. Make them fast? Oh, I've never I've never made a sock monkey before. That would be kind of cute. I don't know how many socks you need for a monkey. Probably 2 or 3. Okay, hold on. Ooh, I don't know if it'll fit. Oh, it does fit. Lulubelle the third, that's cute. And then the other one can be Lucifer. Or, sorry, Mucifer. The 2 wolves inside you. All there is no class. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Delilah. That's awesome. Can we talk about Goko? Guko? Gakko? That's kind of an awesome name. Lucifer. Is this how you spelled it? Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, that's how you spelled it. Swag. Swag. My characters, when I make them doomed from the start. Love when my characters complain about how I wrote them. Keep crying, but I decide your nature. That's guys, please be nice to your characters. This is so sad. You guys will never guess my second name suggestion. That's a hero. That's crazy. Naming naming a literal cow after your husband feels a little cooked. That's gotta be a chicken. That's kind of awesome. Shrimpbot said I need to research. Is Shrimpbot like an 8 ball? I didn't know you could ask him things. Great. I'll send little Mucifer to her new home right away. Alright. Double cow up. Wait. Oh, I don't have a flower to give you. I'll talk to you though. You've been here a while now. How's your farm doing? It's so good, thanks for asking. Hello. Miss Penny is teaching me how to write in cursive. That's so cute. I write in cursive. I want to get max hearts with Jazz. She's a sweet girl. She deserves nice things. Putting forcing Foz to read my OC's bio right now. Okay. Okay, listening. He says something every 15 minutes, but I can make him say something by pressing a button. That's kind of awesome. I'm Aphex and I love movies. What the hell? What are you on about? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Starts with an S, ends with a Y. Hint, crumble in the middle. You would name a cow after Scrombly? Is that awesome or is that disrespectful? I don't know. I guess if somebody named their cow after me, I'd be like, oh, that's sweet. That's nice. I don't know. People have named like Pokemon after me before, and that always makes me excited. I'm like, oh my god, that's so lovely. Thank you so much. But I feel like a real animal. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh my god, the babies are locked inside. Hi Hi, Lulabelle. Lulabelle the Third seems curious, but a little cautious. It's a strange new world. Same with Mucifer. So cute. Do you guys like this geode I put in here? Mm. I'm naming every Miltank Foss now. Okay, well that's weird. Why? Why are you doing just like cows? That's gotta be. That's gotta be some form of bullying, right? I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. Ham. 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 Can I share a link to my OC's lore and stuff? Yes! Of course, of course. I love clicking on links. That Scrumbly wasn't even the original Scrumbly. Scrumbly started off as a name for this guy. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Alright, I guess naming a cow after that little face is cutesy. Going to make a pink fox girl and name her Not Fost. Do not steal. Wow. That's so original and awesome. And swag. Okay, taking this to the blacksmith. Selling this. Did I need to do anything else? I don't think so. Low-key, I don't think I'm gonna find a prismatic slime. I don't know. I'm not feeling particularly lucky. But I guess I can try. I guess I can try my best. Alright, stay here. Actually, you don't have to stay here. Do whatever you want. You're a free person. What the? Fost is cow-coded now? Hello, my name's Fost. I'm a pink cowgirl VTuber. I will say, I think cowgirls are very cutesy. But that's just not me. That's just not me. I like having a big old tail. Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's private property. The sidewalk? Girl, I'm throwing him in the river. The animation was so silly. Oh my god, look at his bright sapphire orbs. Why do they look like that? Clip! Sheesh! Don't clip me saying I'm a cowgirl. The characters in this folder are the only ones with actual info on their profiles. I'm lazy. Clicking on link. Character content warning. There's some gifs on my profile that have a bit of flashing. Just so my bio character profiles are safe. Characters do have GIF icons, but none with flashing. Alright. I don't have any problems with the flashing. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I like looking at flashing things. I'll evaluate this. I'll evaluate this at the next ad break. I'm sorry, sir. Don't call him sir. Kick him. The youth these days. Sometimes I wonder if this town isn't doomed. He is playing outside. What is wrong with you? Stinky old man. I don't like him. You have a whole folder? I have a lot of characters. I do have a lot of character too, I guess. You have so much character. That's why everybody should follow Retail Shrimp. For more character. Lewis would look really good hanging over it. Wait. The midsummer, it's all coming together? We're sacrificing him? You saw what happened, Frosty. What do you have to say about this? You're right, sir. Sam should respect private property. If you're clicking this option, you're losing all your aura points. That's crazy. Don't blame Sam. There's nowhere else for him to ride. I'm staying out of this. Well, I guess there's nowhere else for him to ride. But also, like, it's a sidewalk. Can you not... It's not like he drove his car. What is... Why are his panties in a twist? Waking old people. Sorry, my apologies if you're a chill old person. But if you're not a chill old person, if you're just a regular mean old person, get out of here. Exactly. If there's a park in town, I could ride there and everyone would be happy. There's a place for him to ride over the skeleton of Mayor Lewis. Wow, that's so awesome. Shouting at my other boss? You stole Dilsey! What the? Ah, hell nah. Dilsey's been stolen. How do I steal her back? Dot, 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 dot. We support Skater Boys here. We do. We so do. This isn't even like a busy, like, it's in front of his house. I didn't know. Graveyard, yippee! Skateboarding in the graveyard sounds kind of awesome. Gonna wear panties when I get old now? Oh. Hi, Jarchi. What an interesting thing to say. I mean, I won't stop you. That's sort of awesome. I needed more mods. William is a busy man. I don't even know who William is. I think that's just really funny out of context. I thought you were more mature than this, Frosty. God. Boo! Sam, I'm sorry I yelled at you. Just please try not to damage anything in the future, got it? Does riding a skateboard damage sidewalks? Yes, sir. Bro, stop calling him sir. He's stinky. Do you see that trick, though? That was rad. He's so cute. I want to disrespect a grave. I'm going to say an evil prayer. Just like in general? Do you have a particular grave that you want like vengeance on? Or just like any of them will be fine for your purposes? Can't believe you don't know William, fake fan. I, I know William. Me and William go way back. I was just joking around, surely. A very popular material for sculptures and construction. I love finding just a hunk of marble. Yo, this is a new thing. Nothing else is new. I'm sorry, but having skaters in your neighborhood immediately brings up the property value. They're in hunt for one. That's so awesome. As is your right. William made all of my OCs Mexican. Wow. Interesting William facts. I don't really know what to do with that information. Oh, I did not want to buy this. Wait, I bought it for $150, but it only sells for $5. That is a crazy profit margin. God, I hate Clint. You can have a piece of clay. Sigh. Yo, Big Satan, what up, my homie? Got a task for ya. Can we curse a graveyard? I would love to curse a graveyard, Big S. That would be Sigma, and totes a good idea. Can you also slaughter Mayor Lewis and eat his soul? That would make me do somersaults of happiness. Yummy, eat, gobble, gorble. Slakticha. Yo, brah, we gotta surf up these dorks and defile their graves. Yeah. What happened at the end? Like, I was following and then I don't really know who the surfer was. Like, is that what happens? Is that what happens when you do the evil prayer? You become Californian? Dilsey, you have to read Good Omens. Like yesterday, you would love it. It's exactly like this. That sounds so awesome. That sounds like everything I want from a piece of media. William is also a snake and Mexican. Read a whole PDF on why each of my OCs are Mexican. That's all I know about him. I would trust him with my life. I think that's wonderful. I think that's so beautiful. Wow, shout out to Mexican Snake William, who recognizes other Mexicans, I guess. Okay, I feel like it's a lost cause, but I am gonna try to get the slime. Surely I'm so incredibly lucky that I'll just get it. I'll see if I can get some more snacks first, though. Ugh. Yo, where? This better be a snack. Oh my god, the bookseller. It's not even snack, it's just worms. It's just mixed seeds! Ugh. It's fine. Not really, but a little? No, I'm trusting the process. I bet it's exactly like that. Trade in books. Oh, you can trade books for fairy dust. Sprinkle on kegs, furnaces, or other refining equipment to instantly receive their product. Yo, that's awesome. Monster musk. Spray this on to draw out more monsters. Out of hiding. That'd be kind of good for the prismatic slime situation, maybe. I don't know if it's worth paying this much for the chance, though. You run a little bit faster? Horse the book? I have to buy Horse the book. That's so funny. You can now see the value of your items. That sounds good too. 2 good books, I think. He is a real man, I think. Wow. That's a good thing to think, probably. I hope he's a real snake. Okay, first of all, your OCs look cool as hell, but also this website? Also cool as hell. I need to use it for the little people who live in my brain. That's so cute. I like when people have their own websites. I think that's really fun. I can give you an invite code. Just avoid the forums. Don't go on the forums. Okay, I trust your word. Like it is the Bible? Probably. Wow, I love to see this sense of community. Wait, what's wrong with the forums? Why can't the forums be frequented? BRB, need to feed my foul beasts cats. Understandable. I hope your foul beasts have a good mealtime. Yo. There's no slimes whatsoever. I guess there's this one. I need a flamboyant little rainbow slime so that the wizard loves me. It is so sad. I read that as BRB, need to read the Bible. Oh, that's kind of awesome. Well, like in an ironic way. When this stream is so bad, you gotta take a little Bible break. Sheesh. Oh man. Get these goobers out of here. Okay. Look, mention. Hot dog. Oh my god! Oh my god! I found it. Wait, this is so awesome. Can you imagine if I went down that ladder and didn't like check down here first? I thought I would never see it. Whoa! Oh my god, the wizard's gonna give me a kiss, I bet. Oop, get me out of here. Okay, I gotta deliver it to him. I'm so excited. I'm so excited! Yo, where did I leave my horse? Oh. Just recently realized that I have OCs. Like, yeah, the little people I wrote scripts are about are OCs. Characters who are original. That is true. No, I guess when I think of OCs, I automatically think of like, mm, like I don't know what I think of. I guess I think more of like a fan fiction realm. But yeah, I guess if you're like making a script, unless it's like historically accurate or something, I guess it's all OCs. I guess VTubers are all OCs, huh? Strange. I saw some art of someone's OC and was like, wow, sure would be nice to be creative and have my own OCs. Then my brain was like, girl, what are you talking about? Yo! You gotta draw those fellas. You gotta make a perler of those fellas. That would be pretty awesome, I think. There's actually a lot of wild food in this area if you know where to look. My goodness. She's such a slay environmental girly. Yo, kind of a mess over here, huh? The beasts already have food. I don't know what they want from me. Um, perhaps more food? Perhaps different food? If your food isn't good enough, you gotta change it out. No, I can't relate. My cats are on like an automatic timer thingy because I don't know. When I was in college and I just had Persephone, I feel like I did not feed her at regular times. Like I would try to feed her like every night at 9 p.m., but sometimes I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it was 50-50 whether I was like if I had to do a night class or if I was like at like a club or something, and I just felt bad. So I have an automatic feeder, and then I don't know. When I got Scylla, like she's also on the automatic feeder, so they just get their food at like 6 a.m. and then 6 p.m. and then noon, and it's like gone as soon as the like little timer goes off. Like they just eat it all at once. I could not imagine. I could not imagine free feeding them. They're too greedy. Also, last what? Last? Huh? I guess I can't prove you wrong unless somebody else comes later and claims that title. But that is a crazy thing to claim. Congratulations, Tiger. Realizing that actually made me try and draw the characters I'm writing right now. It wasn't good, but just seeing them was so weird and nice. That sounds really nice. It sounds very satisfying to be like, oh yeah, I made this. I made this little goober. Very talented. I believe it. I believe it. I hope your week's going good so far. I guess it'd be kind of horrible if it wasn't. Like it's the first day and it's like, man, this week sucks. My cats get really bored with food. After a while, they just think it's gross. Really annoying when we're running out of cat food brands. Ah, yeah, I can't even imagine that. I don't know. Persephone used to like graze on her food a little bit more. Like she'd take a few bites and then like leave and come back. But Scylla is so food aggressive that if Persephone were to leave, Scylla would just eat both of them. So I think they just are trained. As soon as their food is there, they just eat it as fast as they can. I don't think they're even tasting the flavor of it at all. I'll now spend way more time making pages for my characters than actually writing the script. Thanks. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Guys, don't use this invite code for Toy House unless your name is Aphex_Grin. I have 30 plus of them, though. You got 30 plus codes? Sheesh. Oh my god. You look scary. Ah, you've returned from the hunt. I sense that you were successful. Now hand over the jelly and be gone. I have important work to do. I was gonna give you another thing, but I don't know if you like any of this. I'll just talk to you. There are many mysteries around us. You must be patient if you wish to discover them. Wah! Did my game crash? Or did it just close? Okay, it just closed. I don't know why I did that. I was on break and I'm not looking forward to class tomorrow. No! I hope class goes so well. Tomorrow's like St. Patrick's Day, right? Surely, that means it won't be super hard. Baby eats all the boys' food if given the chance. Oh. Well, I hope they don't get the chance. That's so silly. It's not like VGen where you only get 2 invite codes. Toy House gives premium users 2 codes a week. Oh. I'll be honest, I guess I've never heard of a referral program like that. I thought usually if you're just like referring people, you just have a referral link and then anyone can click on it. Very interesting. There are many mysteries around us. You must be patient if you wish to discover them. Man, he looks really good in this picture, but his sprite is a little chopped. Maybe I just like this shade of purple better, but this is like low-key magenta. And it is not as swag as this color. Also his beard, mustache combo, whatever, doesn't look as good as the sprite. But I guess it'd be like that sometimes, huh? Okay, I got a lot of garbage. Let me see if there's any little vegetables to pick over here. And then go home. Yay, a vegetable. Yay, a lot. Oh, excuse me. Oh, inventory full.
Help, I'm
Man.
at the
Oh,
ultrasound and I accidentally said where baby instead of where baby, and now her tummy is growling.
what? What? That implies that just saying where baby turns your baby into like a werewolf. Which is some interesting voodoo, I must say. Hey, thanks, I guess. TH, I have no idea what it is and why you need an invite. I was just like, yo, I want to do that, but with my little guys. As you should. Oh, and thank you for the alert, Tiger. Thank you, thank you. I hope the rest of your day is so restful and that class is so good tomorrow. What do I get rid of? I don't need coal. I got coal for days. Hi. How's it going, Tammy? Oh, vegetables? Sheesh! My god. Veggied up. Surely this will be good profits. It's like... Huh. It shows the value of items. Is it for the whole stack or just one? Surely it's the whole stack. There's no way it's 84 gold for one single spring onion. I guess I'll find out. I guess so. Wow, I can tell that horse book really worked. Big Fargle is really hoofing it. I would say with jokes like that, you're totally ready to become a dad. I agree. I agree. You've got so many dad jokes on deck, huh? Going good. I had a good workout yesterday, and it's made my posture so good. Yo! I love good posture. I love good posture. This is so awesome. Very happy to hear it. Did you do like back workout? I'm trying to think of what would improve posture. To be honest, I did not know working out improved your posture. I thought that was just like a conscious choice you had to make. Oh, that's so nice. Shout out to the add to existing stacks button. You the real one. Okay, I'll keep these for wife. And dehydrator. Oh, I can put fruit in the dehydrator. Oh, I didn't know. What do I want to dehydrate? Maybe a cranberry. Go. Oh, 5 pieces. Wait, do I have 5 pieces of any fruit? Strawberries. Go. I don't like the splat it made. Okay, selling. Useful. Yep, looking good. It was legs and core. Carrying a barbell on your back has a way of driving your shoulders back. My legs are feeling pretty well supported. Yeah! That's so lovely. Huh. I guess I've never carried a barbell on my back. I guess I've never really lifted a barbell in general, to be honest. I've only really used dumbbells. That one seems a little intimidating. But maybe eventually I'll get there. Wow, look at all these stocks. Okay, I think this is a good ad time. Oh, I closed Google Chrome. Teehee. Teehee, smirk emoji. The house is pretty. Thank you. Thank you very much. I got sunflower decals for my wife. My wife likes sunflowers. Hold on. Okay. Ad break go. And then Google Chrome. Yup. Wow, shout out to my bots channel. You guys want to look at Shrimp's website? Ugh. I wonder why you thought of this joke? What? Do you have some werewolf related information that you'd like to share with the class? Wow, I like this little wave. Okay, I understand the warnings. Cute! Fang! A white dragon trapped in the body of a woman. Draconic bloodline sorcerer. Stupid. Dragon. Short. Not stinky. Wow. Good qualities to have. Full name is Fang. Age is 110. Body like 25. She, her pronouns. Occupation, no clue. That's so awesome. Birthday's today. Happy birthday, Fang. Lesbian. Female. Protagonist. Suspicious. Some hex codes. Species is human. Suspicious though. Designed by Retail Shrimp. Worth 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 zeros. I don't even know what number that is. Priceless, probably. Hairstyle is long, surprisingly clean, uneven bangs. She's very pretty. Raggedy, dirty clothing. The only actual clothing item she's wearing is a pair of orange pants that are clearly too small for her. That's some aura. That's some aura. I quite like it. I also like that her nails are like claws when they're black. What job would she even have? Maybe like a McDonald's worker. I don't know. Some sort of minimum wage situation, surely. Sounds like Aware knows something. Aware, what do you know? She has broad shoulders. Slit pupils, my favorite! Bark, 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 bark. I love slit pupils. Her hands just look fucked up. I don't know, man. And some random scales. That's so awesome. This character kind of look like the battle pass. Sheesh. It's not my character. All credits to the one and only Retail Shrimp. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness! This is so cute. I love pink. I love this Poodle Littlest Pet Shop. Sheesh. Wait, this is so cute too. Oh my god. Okay. Build triangle. I see it. I see it. Height is 5 foot. Skinny. Dominant hand is right. I wouldn't have even thought about that kind of information for characters. One scar on her abdomen and one across her back. Whoa. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, this is so detailed. Likes herself. Gold and more gold. This is real as hell. Favorite color orange. Favorite food is meat. Favorite beverage ale. Genre horror. Season winter. Time of day midnight. It's like almost real. I don't like horror. I don't like meat that much. I'd be friends with her. A creature of sinew and scales, of ice and ferocity, with a might strong enough to shake cities. Many might think a being of such power impervious to retaliation. Dragons by nature are prideful creatures, bolstered by unbreakable scales and hordes of wealth untouchable in the skies where they often roost. Yo, she was in the sky? This is so awesome. This is so mostly done. Pins? So detailed. Is their name Pins? Oh my god, you made a playlist? Sheesh! Likes rain, starlings, and her husband. Rip. Oh. Vibe, it should have been me. Oh. She's sad, huh? You work so hard on this. Pins, not pin. Write that down, chat. Pins is a very healthy and happy woman. This is so awesome. This is so awesome. Man, did the ad break even go off? Oh, it did. There's an announcement for it. I just didn't see it. Swag. I'm neither a protagonist or an antagonist. I'm an agonist. Help. What? What do you mean help? How do I help you? I can offer you one galaxy colored band-aid in these trying times. It did? Okay, very good. Wow. Great job, Shrimp. I've never seen like a character sheet that was so incredibly detailed. It's so lovely. It's so lovely. Okay, now check out my Stardew Valley house. Wait, what time is it? 7:13. Uh, I don't know if I should do one more day or like one more hour. I don't know. I don't know. I worried a little bit about my stream time being later because I don't want to like. I don't want to like put off dinner too long, you know? But I also don't want my streams to be like 2 hours shorter. But maybe I should have ate like right before stream. I don't know. I'm still learning things. It's okay. You're doing wonderful. Thank you. Did the band-aid help? I'll put I'll put a band-aid in an envelope and then mail it to you, and then you can put it on whatever hurts. I simply eat during stream. I had like a little bit of leftovers earlier, but I feel like I don't know. I'm a bit of a slow eater, so I feel like I'll be in the middle of a conversation and then I'll just like be silent for 30 seconds because I'm chewing. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god, 5,000 gold. Sheesh. Wow, I've done so many quests. I still need to find a shadowy figure, reach level 25 in the skull cavern, and bring Emily an apricot. Apricot? Apricot. Ape or app? Much to consider. Good morning, dear. Smells good, doesn't it? I made you breakfast. Thank you. I'll take that to the caves. The specimen you delivered offered great insight into the machinations of the fell beings we call monsters. I formulated a pungent tincture that these beings find intoxicating. Use it with caution. Monster musk. Oh, yeah. I just found out about that. Oops. You chickens want to watch some TV? Those spirits are very displeased today. Sigh. I feel like mine would be so normal in comparison, though. Like, yeah, this is Adam. He works in marketing. He wanted to be a comedian, but he's not that funny. Friends aren't really his friends. Just a guy until you know the incident. I think that sounds awesome. I don't know. Oh, baby. Baby Lulu Bell. Oh, it's so cute. I don't know. Maybe you could allude to the incident a bit more on your character sheets. You know, throw his favorite color on there. I think there's a lot you could do. But I do think more like fantastical characters are a little easier to make sheets about. Rather than just like man, comma, Mexican. Versus mine who are like, this is Fang. She's a dragon whose soul got stuffed into the body of a dead lady. Sheesh. R.I.P. Ivory, but honestly, she had it coming. I mean, I don't know anything about Ivory, but that's kind of awesome. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, guys, make all your characters elves. I mean, I don't have anything against elves. I guess I could get behind this elf propaganda. What is blessing my ears right now? Okay, get this stuff out of here. I think elven characters are very normal people until the incident. I just love an incident. Don't say you just love an incident. That's so silly. Man, who would love an incident? Yo, that strawberry stuff looks awesome. Okay, coffee. More dried strawberries. More mayo. Egg goes here, pink goes here. All this is sold. Okay. Everything is fine. I'll take the strawberries with me to the caves, maybe. And tieflings. Sheesh. I love a good tiefling. Oh, I missed the beans. Y'all, don't tell anyone. I'm not making those in the coffee. I don't feel like going back in there. They're just getting sold. Okay, watered my stuff, pet my animals. I'm going to the cavern. Making all characters elves and tieflings now? Alright, tag yourself. Which one are you guys? Who doesn't love an incident? Raise your hands if you like causing a ruckus. Me. I love ruckus. Is ruckuses the plural of ruckus? Is that a real term? You know, I've been thinking. I wish I had a hobby. Something to do other than hanging around that saloon every night. Damn, that's crazy. Do you want a flower? Oof. Nearly avoided that one. You need to look at Ruby next ad break, my stupid ass tiefling. Wait, really? I thought it was just Pins and Fang. Happy birthday, Fang. I didn't see a third one. Maybe I'm blind as hell. Oh, excuse me. Love when characters are forced to go through something. Are you guys okay? Your poor characters. You did not raise your hands? Oh my god. Do you want me to raise my hands? It'd be like Loki cursed. Pump fossil? Yo, that's awesome. Man, I love finding little treasures, but I'm going into the cave with pockets pretty much already full. And that is not ideal. Oh, wait, I forgot to bring bat wings. I was gonna get a butterfly hood. There's more outside that folder? There's more outside that folder. Oh man, I thought this was like a one folder system. I'll do this. Do this one next time. They have 100 folders? Oh my goodness. They have 100 and I only saw the first one? Sheesh. You can never go into the cave with full pockets. I know. But I paid for a bus ticket to get here. I can't like put this stuff back. It's fine. It's so fine and regular. I'll just eat these cactuses. Burning away at the stake right now. There's only 2 main folders. Are the 2 main folders Pins and Fang, perhaps? Kimani Tabuku, oh no! It's so over. Just admit it, you're a broke bitch. What? I don't even know what to say to that. I can't even argue that. That's just like kind of real. Avex hang glides in the scene of the commotion. She's not here to help, but she definitely isn't missing this. You know that? I feel like that's kind of real and like awesome. Oh my goodness. You do like 30 damage. That's crazy. The 2 main folders are D&D and other. Just like everything in life, truly. Crunch. Wow, I sure love eating an entire cactus with the pickles on it. Oh, I can't put it there. Alright, I'll put it here. Oh, yo, Geodes. Man, this is gonna take so long. Because I don't think this one saves your progress. Okay, I don't know if I can make it to floor 25 in these conditions. ... My non-D&D characters aren't loved as much. It is so sad. Don't tell them that. For legal reasons, this is D&D folder plots and schemes. Yo, I love plots and schemes. I love plots and schemes. Who up scheming? Hit me up if you're scheming. Too scared to hang glide though. Might just sneak into the scene without being detected. Under the guise of the ruckus? Ruckus. I'm trying to think. I don't think I'd be too scared to hang glide. I think it'd be really nerve-wracking, but I don't know. I think that sounds so awesome. You did go on a bad luck day? Yo, don't point that out. Listen, who needs luck? You got bombs. I'm out of bombs, though. Much to ponder. Listen, I already got it in my head that I wanted to try to do this. So I didn't want to wait another day. On the agenda for today, incidents, ruckus, and schemes. I think that's so awesome. You know that scene of Jim Carrey? Whoa, what is this? There's a shaft leading down. I'm jumping. You fell 7 levels. Yo, wait. See? Luck be damned. I'm him. I'm him. There's a hole right there. Yo, stop screaming about the hole. Sigh. Why did this dude do the slowest right-hand turn I've ever seen in my life? Right-hand turn? Like driving? Maybe? Maybe they're going to a potluck. And they are bringing a dish that is kind of liquidy. Like some sort of applesauce that doesn't have a cover on it. And they didn't want the applesauce to go flying all over their car. So they had to drive real slowly. What am I hitting right now? What is this? Whoa! Oh. I guess they turned into a goop pile. Didn't know about that one. They're like the dry bones. Oh, more bombs. A pot to the Walmart? Yeah, maybe they're an employee and they're doing a thing. Sorry, I'm backseating. Buckle. Wait, I forgot about the buckle command. Shit. Would you rather have a harebrained scheme or half-baked plot? Definitely half-baked plot. Something about the term harebrained sounds kind of goofy. But half-baked? Sheesh. If you have some half-baked cookies, that's awesome. What I'm hearing is sauce applesauce is runny. Applesauce shouldn't be that liquidy. Guys! Guys, it could happen! It could happen, and I feel like you're not being that nice to me right now. Iron bar. Why would I have an iron bar? Hold on. Oh, I need coal for this, huh? Guys, I might be cooked. But I'm almost halfway there, and that's something. I'm actually in the backseat of Mixed Car, not backseating the stream. Oh, that's awesome. You can backseat. It's like Stardew Valley. I feel like the story isn't like affected by tips and tricks, you know? Like telling me what seeds to buy isn't really gonna have an impact on anything, you know? Bully X Cinnamon Fox X. Yo, why are you bullying me? I have done nothing to deserve this. Probably. Do I deserve this? I don't think so. I've been good. I was on time to stream today. So that's kind of awesome. Half-baked salmon, half-baked brownies. Yo, it could happen to anyone. It really could. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like half-baked is awesome. Runny applesauce sounds great for pancakes. Do you put it on top? Put it on top? Hey, don't say wow after I say I'm on time. Goodness. Some things are better when they're half-baked, in fact. Yeah, I feel like a lot of desserts are good half-baked. I like puff pastry when it's still a little doughy. Doughy? I don't like any of those spellings. What about doughy with a double E? You were on time today? I was on time today. I pushed my streams back, and I think that's really helping me out. Because I was able to like fold laundry and clean my kitchen and make coffee and eat a bagel. And then I also had some time to spare to watch the rain, you know? I feel mean now. Surely half baked is a unique flavor worth experiencing. Yeah, I don't know. I think you should go make some brownies and then let the inside stay a little bit, a little bit wet. And then you'll be like, wow, low key, this is awesome. Pretty cool, huh? Ugh. Doughy? Ew, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. Ugh. Maybe some things are better said aloud and not typed. You know, some stories are better half-baked. I will not elaborate on that. What? I'm trying to think of like a story that's not finished, that's like good. I can't really think of any. I trust you though. Surely you know what you're talking about. Check this out, I got a bomb. Joey, wait, I like the double E. The double E kind of goes crazy. I don't like how April and White are spelt. I feel like those words are so common that I've never even like thought about that. They just look so regular. I don't know how you would spell them differently. Ah! I died! Okay. Okay, it's fine. Easy now. Take it slow. Ah! I'm not even in the desert! Ah! Stupid little creatures. Evidence is so much more fun when it's inconclusive. Oh! I lost my totem. My totems. Harvey stole your kidney, by the way. Man, I wish he would. I wish he would. I'd rather not have a kidney than not have my totems. You can die in Stardew. I mean, I guess you quote-unquote pass out. And you just lose money and some items. I guess there's not a way to, like, literally be 6 feet under, but yeah. In a way, I guess. It's so Jover, there are no red onions at the Walmart. Oh. What did you need red onions for? Can you sub a different onion? I don't mean unfinished. I mean not
Woo
completely
painted
good.
my onions red.
Yeah, I love Alice in Wonderland so much. So much. Oh my goodness, one of my favorite stories of all time. I have a little necklace that like one of my friends gave me. That's like a little Alice in Wonderland book. And then one of my other friends gave me like a copy of Through the Looking Glass. Glass? I don't know. No, I'm trying to think. It's either Peter Pan or Alice in Wonderland. But someone gave me a DVD of either of those. I think it was Alice in Wonderland. I don't know. I don't know, I'm a big nerd for it. And so I've received a lot of gifts related to it, and it makes me so happy. Wait, sorry, I was not done reading that message. Some art is better when it's a little bit bad, and that's my hot take. Do you mean like camp? Like you like when stories are campy? Can you maybe give an example? A clarifying example, perhaps? Perhaps, maybe? I guess I'll keep the rest of this. I don't know if I need 4 cactus fruits. Maybe I'll just keep 2. Oh yeah, shout out to Quicksack. Are you a fruit? Yeah, you're a fruit. But a coconut's a fruit too. Swag. Swag. Oh, that's so satisfying. Okay, this is stuff I have business with. Put those in the fridge, I guess. Oh, hello. 18 jades. Man, Marshy told me to do something with the jades. Like something, there's something that's helpful with jades, and I've been collecting them, but I forgot what the thing was, which kind of makes it not very useful. But you know, sometimes you just gotta do your best, and that's enough. Where are my coffee beans? Oh, they're with the seeds. Just kidding. Alright, everything is prepped for the next day. Sell these. Put those in the fridge. Yup, yup. The Venus de Milo wouldn't be so recognizable if she had arms. If she had arms. Huh? I have to look up Venus de Milo. I don't really remember a Venus without arms. Camp is part of it, yeah. But also, when it clearly came from someone's heart, and so it reflects their flaws. The only example I can think of now is Inside by Bo Burnham. I don't know why that one, but it fits for me. I love Inside by Bo Burnham. Bo Burnham was like one of my top Spotify artists a few years ago. Swag. I guess I wouldn't say that it's half baked. I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding what half baked means. Like the production quality like isn't like the best, but it's endearing because of that. I was just gonna look up the Venus de Milo and be like, oh, that's what Tim said about the arms. All right, let me look at arms. Let me look at arms. Venus de Milo. Oh. Oh. I guess I'm not like as familiar with this one. Wow, she's so pretty. I like the Nike Athena Victory one. I don't know what she's called. This, oh, Winged Victory. That's the one. I think this is one of my favorite sculptures. I was lucky enough to see this one in person. I don't know, the fabric folds and like the belly button is just so chef's kiss. It's so beautiful. I also think the fact that it doesn't have a head is kind of awesome. Kind of intriguing to me. All right, now let me look at who was I supposed to look at? Characters. Other. Is it Alice? Hold on. Looking. Looking. Ivory? Is Ivory the dead lady who's inhabited? Wait, Abby, I've seen this one before. I've seen art of this one. Guys, I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. I remember someone wrote a review about it in the paper and said it was very self-centered and a bit cringy. And that's true, but I think it's part of the charm for me. Like, if it wasn't like that, it wouldn't be as good. Yeah, it feels like, I don't know. Like, I feel like if he's making, like, he's telling his own story, I feel like that's not really, like, maybe it's self-centered, but, like it's supposed to be. It's like saying your autobiography is too self-centered. It's like, well, this is like my heart and soul. What do you want from me? Marble statues are unreal. Definitely Medusa behavior. Yeah, I don't know how they get them to look so smooth. And especially like like if you've ever seen like a hand, like a marble statue hand, it's like how did you get all those little details, those little wrinkles? Like I think it's hard to draw a hand. I couldn't even imagine. Ivy is a dead lady. Yeah, you're supposed to look at Ruby. Okay, I'm looking, 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 perceiving. Pyromancy Sorcerer 25. I hate her. 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 In a circus, if you can tell. Sorry. Something about these two back to back is kind of frying me. In a circus, if you can't already tell. Horribly controlling to his sister, who isn't on here. Basically, basic horny tiefling. Not really. Charming. I don't know how to explain personalities. 5'2" with heels. Probably chips on her tail a lot. This is kind of awesome. I mean, you know, controlling is kind of a womp womp. But the clothes go crazy. Being in a circus goes crazy. 5'2" with heels goes crazy as well. I think I like her. I think I'm a big fan. For some reason, Walmart keeps adding my debit card. Gift card? That's so whimsy. That's so whimsy. I've never heard of that issue before. I just want to say I really appreciate you taking my rambling seriously. That's very nice of you. No, I don't know. I I feel like it's not nice. I'm just genuinely interested in what you guys have to say. I don't know. Thank you for rambling to me. More Ruby info coming soon. Wow, I think this is all we need to know. Like this is perfect. This is perfect. I think it's 10 out of 10. Okay. It's getting a little hungry in here. It's getting a little hungry in here. Bow, 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 bow. Man, shout out to this playlist. What a good one. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me or whatever. Nonchalant style. You'll have to let me know if you like the streams being a little later or if you liked them better a little earlier. It felt like maybe it was better to be later, but I don't know. I'm just trying things out. But yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow to play some Omori. And I'll be live other days this week. I don't know. I don't know which ones. But the schedule's out, so whatever the schedule says is hashtag real. Who to raid? Oh my god, my eyes are watering. Blah. I mean, I have multiple people. It's tough. It's tough when there's multiple people. You guys want to watch Pokemon Showdown, Elden Ring, or nail painting? Question mark emoji. Ramble, ramble. Good stream, thank you! Voss is gonna get used to streaming later and use that to sleep in a bit more. Yo! I cannot confirm nor deny this. That might be real. The sun went down and my automatic light didn't turn on yet, so my I don't think my camera knows what face I'm making. You miss me already. Oh my goodness. I'll be live tomorrow. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. Nail painting Elden the Ring. Oh, you guys are supposed to be unanimous. What am I supposed to do if you're not unanimous? Dot 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 dot. Hold on, I'll flip a coin. Do I have a coin? I have a bell. Wait, can you hear this? I can't really flip it, but I thought you might like it. I like the way Fuss head moves when she blinks. It's like she can feel the thoughts bouncing around in there. I feel like it doesn't always do that. I don't know why she's doing that photo today. But yeah, my marbles are rattling. We should paint Tim's nails. Yo! What color? What color? I think a nice dark navy blue would be kind of awesome. Flip a shoe? I don't have a shoe. I have a bell, which you just heard. I have pepper spray, which like low key should be in my purse because I don't really know what it's doing for me in my desk, but you know, it's here. I have a hot glue gun. I have a pink scrunchie. I have 3 different chopsticks, various pens, a pocket knife, and that's about it. Seasoning? Like I'm eating my rice and I just pepper spray it. Sigh. Thank you. Please don't mix up your pepper spray with your deodorant. Hey, I would never. I would never. Also, my deodorant isn't the spray kind. It's like the stick like gel kind, you know? Wait, what if I Google flip a coin? Okay, heads for nails and then tails for Elden Ring. Okay, flip. Okay, it was heads. Man, it's a lot less satisfying when you have to look it up. Okay. Okay, we're gonna watch some nail painting. And we're gonna take notes for whenever we paint Tam's nails. Write that down. A toddler almost stole my sister's pepper spray the other day. That is really scary. I'm glad that they did it. But yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Make sure you take good care of yourself for tonight, you know. Drink your water, eat your protein, etc. and whatnot. Tam did the little raid message, so you can choose whichever raid message. And have a great rest of your day. Goodbye. Goodbye.